तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। सब गायत्री मंत्र बोलिए। ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि प्रचोदयात्। ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ओम अमृतोपस्तरणमसि स्वाहा। ओम अमृता पिधानमसि स्वाहा। ओम सत्यम यशः श्रीरमयि श्रीशयतां स्वाहा। सीधा हाथ ऐसे करेंगे, अंग स्पर्श करेंगे, अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की कामना करते हुए। पहले दाईं तरफ फिर बाईं तरफ। ओम वांग में आस्य अस्तु। ओम नश्वर में प्राणो अस्तु। ओम अक्षणोर में चक्षुरस्तु। ओम कर्णयोर में श्रोत्रमस्तु। ओम बाभोर में बलमस्तु। ओम उर्वर में ओजवस्तु। ओम अरिष्टानि मेंगानि तनुस्तनवा में सहसंतु। एक एक पेपर रखिए। सातवें हिंदी भावार्थ सहित मंत्रों का उच्चारण करेंगे। ओम विश्वानि देव सवितर्दुरितानि परासुव यद्भद्रं तन्न आसुव। तू सर्वेश सकल सुखदाता शुद्ध स्वरूप विदाता है। उसके कष्ट नष्ट हो जाते शरण तेरी जो आता है। सारे दुर्गुण दुर्व्यसनों से हमको नाथ बचा लीजिए। मंगल में गुण कर्म पदार्थ प्रेम सिंधु हमको दीजिए। ओम हिरण्यगर्भ समवर्तताग्रे भूतस्य जातः पतिरेक आसीत्। सदाधार पृथिवीं द्यामुते माङ्गस्मै। यह विसा विधेम। तू ही स्वयं प्रकाश सुचेतन सुख स्वरूप शुभ त्राता है। सूर्य चंद्र लोकादिक को तू रचता। पहले था अब भी तू ही है घट घट में व्यापक स्वामी। योग भक्ति तप द्वारा तुझको पावे। ओम य आत्मदा बलदा यस्य विश्व उपासते प्रशिशं यस्य देवाः यस्य छाया अमृतं यस्य मृत्युः कस्मै देवा यह विसा विधेम। तू ही आत्मज्ञान बलदाता स्वयं से बीज जन गाते हैं। तेरी चरण शरण में आकर भवसागर तर जाते हैं। तुझको ही जपना जीवन है वरण तुझे विसराने में। मेरी सारी शक्ति लगे प्रभु तुझसे ओम यह प्राण तो निमिषतो महित्वैक इद्राजा जगतो बभूव। य ईसे अस्य द्विपदश्चतुष्पदः कस्मै हविषा विधेम। तूने अपनी अनुपम माया से जग ज्योति जगाई है, मनुज और पशुओं को रच कर निज महिमा प्रगटाई है। अपने ही सिंहासन पर श्रद्धा से तुझे बिठाते हैं, भक्ति भाव की भेंटें लेकर तव चरणों में। ओम ये नद्यौ रुग्रा पृथ्वी च दृढ़ा, ये न स्वहस्तभितं ये न नागः, यो अंतरिक्षे रजसो विमानः कस्मै विषा विधेम। तारे रवि चंद्रादिक रच कर निज प्रकाश चमकाया है, धरणी को धारण कर तूने कौशल अलख लखाया है। तो ही विश्व विधाता पोषक तेरा ही हम ध्यान धरे, शुद्ध भाव से भगवन तेरे भजनामृत का पान करें। ओम प्रजापते नत्वदेतान्यो विश्वा जाता निपरिता बभूव, यत्कामास्ते जोहुमस्तन्नो अस्तु वयं श्याम पतयो प्रयीणाम। तुझसे बड़ा न कोई जग में, सब में तू ही समाया है, जड़ चेतन सब तेरी रचना तुझ में। हे सर्वोपरि विभो विश्व का तूने साज सजाया है, धन दौलत भरपूर दीजिए यही भक्त को भाया है। ओम सैनो बंधुर्जनिता सविधाता धामानि वेद भुवना विश्वा, यत्र देवा अमृतमान सानास्तृतीये हिरयन्त। तू गुरु है प्रजेश भी तू है, पाप पुण्य फल दाता है। तू ही सखा बंधु मम तू ही, तुझसे ही सब नाता है। भक्तों को इस भव बंधन से तू ही मुक्त कराता है। तू है अज अद्वैत महाप्रभु सर्व काल का। ओम अग्निनाय सुपथाराय अस्मान् विश्वानि देवायुतानि विद्वान् यूयोध्यस्मज्जुहुरा न मेनो भूयिष्ठान्ते नम उक्तिं विधेम। तू है स्वयं प्रकाश रूप प्रभु सबका सृजनहार, तू ही रसना निस दिन रटे तुम्ही को, मन में बसना सदा तू ही। कुटिल पाप से हमें बचाते रहना हरदम दया निधान, अपने भक्त जनों को भगवन यही विशद वरदान। अपने भक्त जनों को भगवन दीजिए यही विशद वरदान। सरस्वती उपासना मंत्रा। ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः। ओम भूर्भुवः स्पृद्यौरिव भूम्ना पृथिवी वरिम्णा, स्ते पृथिवी देवयजनी पृष्ठे। ध्यायादधे। ओम उद्बुद्ध स्वाग्ने प्रतिजागृहे त्वमिष्टापूर्ते संसृजे धामयञ्च तस्मिन् सदद्धे अधुतरस्मिन् विश्वे देवा यजमानस्य सीदत। ओमयन्तायिमा जातवेदस्तेने वर्धय चास्मान् प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मा वर्चसे नान्नाद्येन समे दया स्वाहा। इदमग्नये जातवेद से इदन्नमम। ओम समिधाग्निं वसतघृते बोधयतातिथिम् आस्मिन् हव्या जुहोतन। ओम सुसमिद्धाय
शोचसे कृतं देव्रं जुहोतन
अग्नये जात वेदसे। इदमग्नये जात वेद से इदन्नमम। ओम तन्त्वा समिद्रियन्गिरो विपेन वर्धयामसि बृहच्चोचाय विश्चय स्वाहा। इदमग्नये अंगिरसे इदन्नमम। मंत्र के अंत में कृपया सब स्वाहा बोलिए। ऐसे बैठेंगे, एक साथ एक स्वर में स्वाहा की आवाज आनी चाहिए। ओम अयंतैद्मा आत्मा जात वेदस्तेने दस्यावर्धस्व चेत्तावर्धय चास्मान् प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मा वर्चसे नान्नाद्येन समे दय स्वाहा। इदमग्नये जात वेद से इदन्नमम। ओम अयंतैद्मा आत्मा जात वेदस्तेने दस्यावर्धस्व चेत्तावर्धय चास्मान् प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मा वर्चसे नान्नाद्येन समे दय स्वाहा। इदमग्नये जात वेद से इदन्नमम। ओम अयंतैद्मा आत्मा जात वेदस्तेने दस्यावर्धस्व चेत्तावर्धय
प्रजया
पशुभिर्ब्रह्मा वर्चसे नान्नाद्येन समे दय स्वाहा। इदमग्नये जात वेद से इदन्नमम। ओम अयंतैद्मा आत्मा जात वेदस्तेने दस्यावर्धस्व चेत्तावर्धय
प्रजया
पशुभिर्ब्रह्मा वर्चसे नान्नाद्येन समे
दय स्वाहा
इदमग्नये जात वेद से इदन्नमम। ओम अयंतैद्मा आत्मा जात वेदस्तेने दस्यावर्धस्व चेत्तावर्धय प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मा वर्चसे नान्नाद्येन समे दय स्वाहा। इदमग्नये जात वेद से इदन्नमम। ओम अदिते अनुमन्यस्व। ओम अनुमते अनुमन्यस्व। ओम सरस्वत्यनुमन्यस्व। ओम देवसवितः प्रसुवायज्यं प्रसुवायज्यपतिं भगाय दिव्यो गंधर्वः केतपुके तन्न चस्पतिर्वाचम नः स्वदतो। पहले आप इधर, आप इधर। ओम अग्नये स्वाहा। इदमग्नये इदन्नमम। ओम सोमाय स्वाहा। इदं सोमाय इदन्नमम। ओम प्रजापतये
स्वाहा
इदं प्रजापते इदन्नमम। बीच में ओम इंद्राय स्वाहा। इदम इंद्राय इदन्नमम। आप लोग सामग्री क्या होती देंगे। ओम सूर्यो ज्योतिर्ज्योतिः सूर्यः ओम सूर्यो वर्चो ज्योतिर्वर्चः। ओम ज्योतिः सूर्य सूर्यो ज्योतिः। ओम सजुर्देवेन सविता सजुरुषसेन्द्रभत्या जुषाणः सूर्यो वेतो स्वाहा। ओम भूरग्नये प्राणाय स्वाहा। इदमग्नये प्राणाय इदं मम। ओम भुवर्वायवे अपानाय इदं वायवे अपानाय इदं मम। ओम सुरादित्याय व्यानाय स्वाहा। इदमादित्याय व्यानाय इदं मम। ओम भूर्भुवः स्वरग्निवाय वादित्येभ्यः प्राणापानव्यानेभ्यः। इदमग्निवायवादित्येभ्यः प्राणापानव्यानेभ्यः इदं मम। ओम आपो ज्योतिरसो अमृतं ब्रह्म भूर्भुव स्वरो। ओम यां मेधां देवगणा पितरश्च उपासते तया मामद्य मेधयाग्ने मेधाविनं कुरु। ओम विश्वानि देव सवितर्दुरिता निपरासुव यद्भद्रं तन्न आसुव। ओम अग्ने नय सुपथाराय अस्मान् विश्वानि देव वयुना निविद्वान् युयोद्यस्मज्जुहुरा मेनो भूयिष्ठान्ते नम उक्तिं विधेम। केवल घी की आहुति। ओम भूरग्नये स्वाहा इदमग्नये इदं मम। ओम भुवर्वायवे स्वाहा इदं वायवे इदं मम। ओम सुरादित्याय इदमादित्याय इदं मम। ओम भूर्भुवः स्वग्निवायवादित्येभ्यः इदमग्निवायवादित्येभ्यः इदं मम। हाथ जोड़ करके बैठेंगे, मन ही मन प्रार्थना करेंगे, परमात्मा आपकी कृपा हमारे माता पिता हम सब पर, हमारे विश्वविद्यालय पर बनी रहे। थोड़ा थोड़ा ले लीजिए, आगे होते दे रहे। संसार में सर्वत्र सुख शांति रहे, कोई रोग में ना हो, शोक में ना हो, दुख में ना हो, दर्द में ना हो, पीड़ा में ना हो, कोई भूखा न रहे। शुभ कर्मों को करने की शक्ति, सामर्थ्य, सद्बुद्धि, विवेक जीवन में बना रहे। ऐसी भावना से यह आहुति अग्निदेव को समर्पित करेंगे। ओम यदस्य कर्मणो अत्यरीरिचं यद्वा न्यूनमिहाकरम् अग्निष्ठत्सुष्टकृत विद्यात् सर्वं शिष्टं सोहुतं करोतु मे। सुष्टकृते सोहुत हुते सर्वप्रायश्चित्ता हुतीनां कामानां समर्धयित्रे सर्वान् कामात् समर्धय। इदमग्ने सुष्टकृते इदं मम। ओम स्वाहा इदं प्रजापतये इदं मम। समृत्युंजय मंत्र बोलेंगे, सब स्वस्थ रहे। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है जीवन में अच्छा स्वास्थ्य। विश्वविद्यालय परिसर में खुशहाली रहे, सब स्वस्थ रहे। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात्। मृत्युंजय मंत्र बोलिए। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात्। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात्। गायत्री मंत्र बोलेंगे। जो शोध छात्र यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं उनमें से 5 बालक और 5 बालिकाएं, पुरुष और महिलाएं आगे आ जाएंगे। 5 शोध छात्र छात्राएं आ जाए, 5 शोध छात्राएं आ जाए, 5 छात्र आ जाएं। आइए जल्दी से आइए, एक दूसरे का मुंह न देखिए। ये अवसर मिल रहा है आपको, जो पहले आ जाएगा उसी का काम बन जाएगा। इधर से आप यहाँ जो यहाँ आई सामग्री लो। जो आपके आगे बैठे हुए लोग हैं उनके ऊपर नहीं गिराना, अग्नि को आहुति देनी। ऐसी जगह जो इधर से आ जाओ, कोने से आओ। गायत्री मंत्र बोलिए सब। ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। आगे आके थोड़ी सी जगह दे दो जी। ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। बैठ जाइए अपने स्थान पर। इधर से आ जाओ, इधर से आ जाओ। ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। हाथ जोड़ के सब बोलेंगे ओम। हे परमात्मा, इस पवित्र वेला में आपकी चरण शरण में उपस्थित होकर देव पूजा करते हुए श्रद्धा पूर्वक हम सब ने अनेक प्रार्थनाएं की हैं। आप हमारी समस्त प्रार्थनाओं को स्वीकार करें, स्वीकार करें, स्वीकार करें। ओम का उच्चारण करेंगे पूर्णाहुति। लंबा श्वास भरें। ओम सर्वं वै पूर्णं स्वाहा। ओम सर्वं वै पूर्णं ओम सर्वं वै पूर्णं स्वाहा। ओम वसो पवित्रमसि सतधारं वसो पवित्रमसि सहस्रधारं देवस्वा सविता पुनातु वसो पवित्रेण शतधारेण सुप्वा कामधुक्षः। ऐसे कर लीजिए हाथों को अग्निदेव की तरफ, इसको लगा लीजिए हाथों पर। ओम तेजोसी तेजोमयि धेहि, ओम वीर्यमसि वीर्यमयि धेहि, ओम बलमसि बलमयि धेहि, ओम ओजोसी ओजोमयि धेहि, ओम मन्युरसि मन्युमयि धेहि, ओम सौअसि सौमयि धेहि। आपके पास जो पेपर है उसमें पीछे ये प्रार्थना हिंदी में है, सब बोलिए। पूजनीय प्रभु हमारे
भाव उज्ज्वल
कीजिए, छोड़ दे में छल कपट को मानसिक बल दीजिए। वेद की बोले ऋचाए सत्य को धारण करे।
हर समय हो
मग्न सारे शोक सागर से तरे। अश्वमेधाधिक रचाए यज्ञ पर उपकार को। धर्म मर्यादा चला कर लाभ दे संसार को। नित्य श्रद्धा भक्ति से यज्ञादि हम करते रहे। रोग पीड़ित विश्व के संताप सब हरते रहे। मिट जाए मन से पाप अत्याचार की। कामनाएं पूर्ण होवे यज्ञ से नर नार की। लाभकारी हो हवन हर प्राणधारी के लिए। वायु जल सर्वत्र हो शुभ गंध को धारण किए, स्वार्थ भाव मिटे हमारा, प्रेम पथ विस्तार हो, इदन मम का सार्थक प्रतीक
व्यवहार हो।
हाथ जोड़ झुका ये मस्तक वंदना हम कर रहे, नाथ करुणा रूप करुणा आपकी सब पर रहे, प्रभु आपकी सब पर रहे। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुख भाग् भवेत्। सबका भला करो भगवान, सब पर दया करो भगवान, सब पर कृपा करो भगवान, सबका सब विध हो कल्याण। त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव, त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव, त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव, त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव, त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव। श्रद्धेय सम्माननीय योग दृष्टा डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार चौहान जी का परमात्मा में बहुत दृढ़ विश्वास है। उनका सिद्धांत है कि जीवन में सफलता के लिए, सुख के लिए, शांति के लिए ईश्वरीय कृपा का होना बहुत आवश्यक है। ईश्वर कृपा के साथ साथ बड़ों का आशीर्वाद, जिनके जीवन में उनके माता पिता का आशीर्वाद नहीं होता, गुरुजनों का आशीर्वाद नहीं होता, श्रेष्ठ पुरुषों का आशीर्वाद नहीं होता, सब कुछ करके भी उनकी झोली खाली ही रह जाती है। ईश्वर कृपा के लिए यज्ञ किया, बड़ों का आशीर्वाद आपको मिलने जा रहा है। और तीसरा है कठोर परिश्रम। आलसी और प्रमादी लोगों की प्रार्थना परमात्मा नहीं सुनता। प्रार्थनाएं परमात्मा उन्हीं की सुनता है जो पुरुषार्थ करते हैं। तो ये तीनों बातें आपके जीवन में है। कठोर परिश्रम करके ही शोध छात्र बनता है व्यक्ति, फिर और कठोर परिश्रम करता है। ईश्वर कृपा के लिए यज्ञ किया, बड़ों का आशीर्वाद मिलेगा। सभी विश्वविद्यालय के सम्मानित पदाधिकारी गण, शिक्षक गण और जो अभिभावक माता पिता यहाँ हो, वे सब खड़े हो जाएंगे, पुष्प लेंगे और विद्यार्थी सब हाथ जोड़ करके बैठे रहेंगे। जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो सब बैठे रहें, शिक्षक खड़े हो जाएं केवल। सर्वे विद्यार्थिनः आयुष्मन्तः स्वस्था वर्चस्विनः तेजस्विनः यशस्विनः परोपकारिणः धर्मात्मानो भवेयुः। ओम सौभाग्यमस्तु, शुभम भवतु, भद्रम भवतु। ओम स्वस्ति, ओम स्वस्ति, ओम स्वस्ति न इंद्रो वृद्धश्रवाः, स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः, स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमि, स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु। सब अपने स्थान पर बैठ जाइए। अपने स्थान पर सब बैठ जाएं। कृपया शीघ्रता से अपना स्थान ले लें। सम्माननीय कुलपति महोदय हमारे बीच में है। जोरदार तालियों से एक बार आप उनका हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करेंगे। उनके वचनामृत को श्रवण करेंगे, मार्गदर्शन प्राप्त करेंगे। आपसे आग्रह है कि उपस्थित शोध छात्रों का मार्गदर्शन करें।
Most respected Honorable Founder President Sir, Honorable Chancellor, Adharaniya Acharya Ji, my esteemed colleagues, respected parents, guardians, and very dear scholars. First of all, I, on behalf of Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, and all the members of Amity University, extend very warm welcome to all of you, and may I request give a big clap to Acharya Ji, who performed wonderful havan for all of us for the commencement of your program. This is a tradition which is set by Honorable Founder President to seek the blessings of Almighty before commencing any program or major activity of the institution. Because when you seek the blessings, you are bound to get the success provided you work hard. This program is the highest program of the university, the doctoral program. And therefore, you have already lived the student life at least of 5 years. Some may have the longer, the 6 years or 7 years. So you know what the university is. Even then, we have the orientation program for your program because the doctoral program's guidelines are very different what you have experienced during your undergraduate program or the doctoral program. Our Honorable Founder President have very clearly set the vision for the university and for the nation when he started the higher education way back in 1995. Honorable Founder President said that India will be the superpower by 2030. Later on, that he extended his vision, aligning with the national vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, the India, the Viksit Bharat by 2047. And research plays very important role. So that how you will set your research goals, research topic, and how we will achieve the outcome under the guidance of your Ph.D. scholars. So this orientation becomes extremely important. My colleagues will be sharing with you during the orientation program. And therefore, once again, I extend very warm welcome to Amity University and look forward getting the great outcomes from the research program, which you will be conducting through rigorous hard work and ethical conduct, which are very important. And many of you may get the opportunity, international opportunity, if you have the joint PhD or you have the co-guide from the foreign universities. Our group vice chancellor, Dr. Singh, will be talking about it and how you people can get the global exposures. We have the two very important persons in the university who drive the PhD program, apart from your PhD coordinators and your chairman DRC and chairman FRC. That's Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, our additional pro vice chancellor for the research, as well as Dr. Koyam Somni, who is the dean for the PhD programs, who drive, who give all the guidelines, and wherever you have any issue, you have your faculty guide, but they are always there to support you, guide you. So with this, once again, I extend very warm welcome to all of you here at Amity University for your doctoral program. May I request Dr. Singh to also give the blessings and address the scholars.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla, our Vice Chancellor, very able Vice Chancellor of MIT University. They say that prayers have a lot of power. प्रार्थनाओं में बहुत शक्ति होती है. And when you pray to God with all your energy, you will find that the God comes on the earth and He blesses you. And the tradition at MIT University has been that there is one person who started this tradition, who is your founder president, who from the last many decades is praying daily for each and every student. So can I request that when you are starting your day, and you are joining a university which is the best university of India in the private segment. Give a huge applause to your founder president, a huge one. Today is also a very auspicious day when you are not only starting your PhD program, but it also happens to be the marriage anniversary of our Chancellor. So another applause for your Chancellor, who works day and night. Uh, Early morning, he starts his day, and till late evening, we keep on discussing. Today at 7 in the morning, Dr. Silvamurthy, myself, and few others who joined us in the morning, we were talking on that how to create an ecosystem with one of the top universities of the world called Rice University, which is a new Ivy League. So this university, all those who are present, your Vice Chancellor, your additional Pro Vice Chancellors, the President of STIF, Dr. Sulamurthy, who's a fatherly figure, the #1 scientist of the country, Chairman of the Law School, Dr. Bandyopadhyaya, all head of the institutions who are sitting, very learned faculty members who are here. We have only one passion, and that passion is to create the scholars who can rewrite the history of the entire world. Yesterday, I was at PI, I was speaking on the research ecosystem, and believe me, that every university who was present there, they had an opinion that undoubtedly MIT is giving that platform which no other university in India and in Asia is able to give. So give a huge applause to your university. And remember, that the name of yours will always be associated with this university. It's a most prestigious program. So congratulations to you and also to your family and to your life partners, to your friends, right, who will be supporting you for this long journey. I have with me Professor Stott. You can just... So we are developing another research partnership with them. As you know that MIT is writing largest number of research proposals with UKRI and under the Turing scheme. Last year we did 11 projects. This year we are doing almost 17 projects with various universities, but from the UK we will be doing about 17 to 18 projects, and one project is with them. We are also trying to create an ecosystem that each one of you, if they want to take a guide, which is from a foreign university, you can pick them up. So if you feel that Edinburgh or Napier or Glasgow are the universities where you would like to pick up, please come to us. We'll be more than happy to introduce you. He was here, so I thought that maybe that I can introduce him also. Thank you so much. Please have a seat. But that is what the ecosystem of MIT is all about. It's the only private university of the country where the 81 faculty members are amongst the top 2% researchers of the world, which are in the Stanford list. So a lot of excitement is in process. We know that you are going to create history with those words. Once again, I welcome you on behalf of our founder, on our chancellor, all senior people who are present here. May God bless each one of you. But you need to work very hard. You need to really work very hard for the next 4 to 5 years. And I end with a small couplet which says, Agar kuch banna chahte ho, you really need to sacrifice yourself. Agar kuch banna chahte ho, mita do apni hasti ko. अगर कुछ बनना चाहते हो मिटा दो अपनी हस्ती को कि दाना खाक में मिलकर गुले गुलजार बनता है. Thank you so very much.
ओम द्यौ शांति अंतरिक्षवं शांति पृथ्वी तिरापा शांति ओषधय शांति वनस्पतय शांति विश्वे देवा शांति ब्रह्म शांति सर्वत्वं शांति शांतिरेव शांति शामा शांति देदि ओम शांति शांति शांति.
Dear scholars of January 2026 batch, you have already welcomed by the highest authorities of the university. So the next few directions I want to give to you. Now you are the member of the largest, biggest, and best education group of the country, MIT University, and we have the wonderful program of 1.5 day, just which are going to start now. So at 12:30 we will have a session in the F3 seminar hall that on this side. Please, all scholars, please understand. Every some, not all, you will be there for today and tomorrow. This is on this side, last seminar of this block of F3. So please reach before 12:30 and settle by then. So we'll start the orientation program today there. Then tomorrow we'll have a first half FRC introduction, followed by the few other sessions. So please attend all very seriously, very rigorously, and be there on time. Don't forget to take the prasad today, and you can settle down there by 12:30 and so. Thank you.
सभी के लिए प्रसाद की व्यवस्था है, बिना प्रसाद के कोई ना जाए, सभी प्रसाद लेकर जाए।
Very good afternoon to all the esteemed speakers, respected faculty members, and our dear research scholars. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my privilege and honor to welcome you to the PhD orientation program at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Today marks the beginning of an exciting and intellectually enriching journey for our newly admitted scholars, and we are delighted to have you join our vibrant research community. It is now my honor to invite Professor Dr. K.M. Soni, Dean PhD Programs and Deputy Dean Engineering and Technology. Sir is an accomplished academician with over 25 years of experience in teaching, research, and academic administration, and has made significant contributions to engineering education and research. He is the author of several acclaimed books, including Circuit and Systems, Signal and Systems, Basic System Analysis, and many more. He has also authored and co-authored more than 40 research papers published in reputed journals. He has been actively serving as a reviewer, program committee member, and session chair at national and international platforms. May I now request you, sir, to deliver the welcome address and introduce the orientation program. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Scholars, good afternoon. Yeah, it's better. Professor Dr. Bhavendra Shukla, respected Vice Chancellor, going to join soon. And Dr. Kurinder Singh, Group Vice Chancellor, is also going to join soon. Dr. B.C. Das, Dean Health and Allied Sciences and Chairman URC. Dr. Chandreep Tandon, Additional Pro VC, as well as Dean of Bioscience and Biotechnology Domain. Dear colleagues, other deans, directors, PhD coordinators, faculty members, and most important, dear scholars of the January 2026 batch, joint PhD programs and are attending this orientation program here at Noida campus or online at Lucknow and Greater Noida campuses. First of all, on behalf of management, I extend you a hearty welcome to Amity University. I must also congratulate you on the excellent choice that you have made. You are now part of an institution that has been at the forefront of research activity and the strive for excellence in all areas of teaching, research, and innovation. It gives me immense pleasure and happiness to share that we are truly a research and innovation-driven university. I can assure everyone that you are here because you deserve to be, and you all will certainly feel proud to be a part of Amity Universe in the coming days. Our university maintains an atmosphere where every student is encouraged to reach his or her full potential. Success is a science. If you have the environment, you get the results. Amity University has all the vibes. With the blessings of our most respected and beloved founder, President Dr. K. Chauhan, and the guidance of our dynamic Chancellor and President RBF, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Mr. Abhay Chauhan, Mr. Amul Chauhan, and the leadership of our Vice Chancellor Dr. Purna Shukla, we Amitians are proud that Amity University or Amity Universe has 12 state universities, many campuses in India, and 18 campuses in abroad. We are a big family of 250,000 students, 7,000 faculty members, and a large number, approx 700,000 alumni across the world. Innovation and research are the main focus of this university, and we are constantly improving our research statistics. Because of the extensive research focus, MIT University has also been recognized as a scientific and industrial research organization by the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. Some of MIT's initiatives in the area of research are: we have filed more than 2,700 patents, including more than 1,000 by the students and Ph.D. scholars, out of which more than 450 have been granted so far, and many of these innovations have been transferred to industry for commercialization. Many case studies developed by faculty have been bought by top global organizations and institutions. Faculty members are engaged in implementing more than 400 sponsored research projects for leading government bodies, and they have published more than 50,000 research papers in peer-reviewed, refereed, Web of Science, Scopus Index journals and proceedings. Collaborations with over 500 international universities and research laboratories throughout the globe. We are sure that you are aware of the fact that MIT, in its short history of just 20 years, this university is still in 2005, so we complete 20 years, has won a deserved place and is one of the top universities in Asia and has been awarded as the best research university in India by many ranking agencies. MIT University has been ranked continuously as India's #1 not-for-profit private university in India by India Today and many other reputable rankings. MIT University is also one of the private universities in India ranked amongst the top universities of the world by both QS and Times Higher Education rankings, and received many other international accreditations such as WASC USA, QA UK, and many program-specific accreditations for engineering, management, and other programs. This enviable positioning of the university is due to the quality of the students we admit, the quality of the academic staff of the university engaged, the quality of the learning and teaching resources that are university available to staff and students, and the quality of the learning environment and services enjoyed by our staff and students. It is also due to our ongoing engagement with the community around us, involvement with local industries, and partnership at the international level with top-ranking universities and organizations, and most importantly, the research carried out by the faculty, research scholars, and students in terms of research publications, patents, and projects. At MIT, we expect you to be exemplary achievers. Whatever the duration of your research, the time you spend at the university will be important for each one of you in specific and personal ways. But overall, each one of you should experience growth in intellectual knowledge during this period. Take full advantage of this period. Be explorers. Use the wide range of books, proceedings, and journals of the library and all available learning resources of the university. Every facility of MIT University is available for you. But one thing you should just remember, you may be coming from various sectors, fields, or many of you holding different positions, X, Y, Z. But for us, you are our dear research scholars. So please feel the same and cherish it, as the time will not come again in your life. Every scholar is assigned a guide who is the regular permanent faculty of MIT, and a co-guide, a person from an Indian or international organization of repute. One more internal co-guide may be assigned as a special case if required. The university expects you to take full advantage of this provision by being available to meet them, interact with them, and take their guidance regularly. You have to be very sincere and honest in your dealings with your research work and have to study hard, need to attend classes of coursework, and cooperate with your research guide in their efforts to groom you in your areas of research. MIT philosophy says that by joining MIT, you become MITian, and we strongly believe that once an MITian, always an MITian. Few very important points to do. Your registration process must be completed by now. If not, please do so at the earliest. Then do your face recognition, if not done already. Collect your identity card for your smooth entry to the campus from here onwards. Otherwise, you need to show their other evidence to security gate to enter the campus. Whenever you visit the campus to attend coursework classes or examination, interact with your guide, or attend any event or meeting such as RAC, DRC, you must do face recognition, biometric attendance. That is, it is not only for full-time scholars, equally important for all part-time scholars also. Please use your MAT email ID only here onwards. Don't use your Gmail, Yahoo Mail or Hotmail. Please, you have given the MAT email ID. You can see on that right-hand side of your Amazon web page. And please use that only for all your communication with anybody in the university, maybe guide or institution or any other official. In case of any request, suggestion, grievance or inquiry complaint, please interact with your first year guide. If it is related to your research or PhD coordinators, I think you all are knowing your PhD coordinators. Before approaching your HOI or PhD office, it is in your benefit to follow it for an early solution, as higher authority is also required to take input from them only to understand the issue. As we have many students, chapters, branches and institutions, membership of professional bodies, and hence there is one suggestion for all of you to become the member of these professional bodies. At last, about the orientation program, it's 1.5 day only, and senior most officials of the university will be addressing you, will be guiding you, blessing you. So I request you all to attend it with full sincerity to understand all system and processes of PhD program, as well as I should also say that it will not only motivate you, but also be helpful for you in your research journey at MIT University. And further, it will show you the path of quality research. Once again, I congratulate you on having chosen to study in this inspiring university. All the very best to all of you, and we are sure that you will leave this university with the doctoral degree in the due course of time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address. We are truly privileged to have with us Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Professor Balwinder Shukla, a luminary in academia and administration, is renowned for her multifaceted insights and exceptional leadership. Driven by passion and compassion, Dr. Shukla focuses on entrepreneurship, research, internationalization, CSR, and industry academia collaborations. Her visionary leadership has elevated Amity University to new heights in knowledge creation, innovation, and industry engagement. As a key strategist, she has been instrumental in Amity's growth and ranking success. I request you, ma'am, to address our scholars. Thank you.
Our most respected Honorable Founder President, sir, our Honorable Chancellor, my colleagues on the dais, especially Chairman of University Research Council, Dr. B.C. Das, our additional Pro Vice Chancellor for Research, and our Dean, Doctoral Program, Dr. Soni, and all my faculty members and very dear scholars. I extend very warm welcome to all of you here at Amity University. A university which is a research and innovation driven university, and where our Honorable Founder President right from the beginning have emphasized on as an education institution, we must contribute to the nation building and have the global outreach and also build a strong relationship with the communities, industries, society in order to provide the right education, focus research on the priority areas, and provide the talent to the industry as per their requirement. So there's a huge focus on one side on the industry, other side the global outlook, but everything the nation building. You are very fortunate that you have been selected for your doctoral program at Amity University. At Dr. Soni, our Dean of Doctoral Program, have his welcome address has emphasized, very briefly what Amity is and how it focuses on the doctoral program. You have entered into the highest program of the university, and therefore our expectation from all of you are very high. Because you are experienced the university culture, and you have very carefully have thought that why I want to do PhD. Because it demands, because by this age, I would say that most of you are working. Some are leaving the work and joining the doctoral program full time. Some of you are doing your PhD as a part time. So some of you are that who have entered the PhD program immediately after. Your master's program, because now the UGC also allow the 4-year undergraduate program also, if they have the certain CGPA research orientation, they are also allowed to enroll for the PhD program. So it's a very well thought, considered decision by you. And it's a commitment minimum of 3 years. But for if the PhD program is from the science disciplines or engineering discipline, from that, it doesn't complete in 3 years. Because if you are lucky, that then all your experiments will go right way, otherwise sometime it takes longer time. And I've seen some of the scholars in the past taking the 6 years. As administrator, we focus that how the PhD can be done in 3 years. But it doesn't happen in every case. But I wish all of you all the best. And the faculty members, some of them who are sitting here, who will be your supervisors, you will be given the opportunity to interact with them, discuss with them, and take their consent. But doesn't mean that they have given you the consent, so they will become your PhD supervisor. It is the faculty research council, the faculty research committee who decides, looking at the claims on this, looking at how many scholars a faculty has, and what are the interests. There may be a new faculty you have not chosen, but we have to see that every faculty has a scholar. Because when National Institutional Ranking Framework, when they take the data, they look at that how many faculty have the PhD scholars. So we have to see everything in the interest of the institution, in the interest of the scholars, and the interest of faculty. For us all are equally important. How we build the reputation of the university, how we ensure the scholars they get the guidance, but at the same time, how the scholars also, the guides also, the faculty also have who are eligible to be the PhD guide. They are fairly treated and they are allocated the scholars. I remember when I enrolled for my PhD, I didn't have the choice to choose the guide. I was allocated the guide because I did my PhD from abroad. So I wrote a proposal to the head of the department that I would like to pursue the PhD in your university in UK. So the 3 universities I have written, got the offer from all the 3. But then I chose that, where the facilities are good and who is giving the scholarship, because that's very important when you're going to the foreign countries, so that you are able to are financially self-supported and you don't have to ask the money from your parents. So I chose the university, and I'm very happy that I did my PhD from this university. I had my own experiences in that university also, and which made me independent very fast. Over here, that many times I hear from that my guide did not inform me, my guide did not tell me. But in UK, it was not the guide who will run after you. It's you who have to seek the time of your supervisor. And I remember that when I reached UK for my PhD, so it was say from coming from a tiny village in India to Delhi, which took almost around 12-13 hours to reach Delhi. The waiting for the flight at the airport, because I did not have anybody, a relative in Delhi to stay, so had to wait at the airport. Then from there reaching Kuwait, waiting for another 3-4 hours at the airport, reaching London, changing the flight, another. So it took almost around 27-28 hours to reach my university in night around 11 o'clock. It was very nice of my head of the department that he came to pick me up at the airport. So he told that, okay, tomorrow morning you reach the department by 8 o'clock. So I reached, and then there were the faculty's tea and all those in the morning, which happens 9 o'clock. So he said that you also come. I went there, he introduced me to the 2 faculty. Will be your supervisor. So one was the person for whom I was his last scholar, and the another one was for whom I was the first scholar international. 2 different personalities. And first time I was having the international exposure. So that my younger guide, he said, after tea, come to my department, my office. I went to his office. Straight away he took my test. And I failed in the test. Okay. So he said, go to the library in the evening, come and again we will discuss. So I went to my senior. So I was just coming back to my blog. So I saw my senior PhD scholar, the PhD guide. He said, I'm going to library. Do you want to come to the library? I will show you. I will introduce to the people. So I said, yes. So I went with my senior PhD guide. So he introduced me to all the key people in the library whom I will be needing if I have any requirement. Very nice, very kind, fatherly figure. So look at the experience I had, the 2 guides. So after seeing all those things, came back in the department, again went to my younger guide. He took my test again. Fortunately, I passed in the test. And he gave me the task for the next morning. As if there's no day and there's no night that you are expected to work 24/7. The which psyche I understood long time back. That, scholars should be given so much time that they should be finishing their PhD on time. And that was the psyche of my younger guide, and the senior guide was you support as much as possible. Let the scholar have his or her own pace, pursue his or her research. And I saw my guide packing his material because he was at the retirement. This thing, so I could see a lot of boxes in his room. So why I shared my experience with you people that you don't know what kind of guide you will get. You have to see how you finish your PhD. I finished my PhD exactly within 3 years because I had no other work than only to focus on that. This was full time, and I all at that time thought, how can I finish quickly? So there was a target of minimum 2 research papers to publish. I think my senior guy did not help me in that, but my junior guy helped me like anything. And he made sure I traveled across the globe. He got me so many scholarships, fellowships, industry fellowships. I could not use that fund, but he tried that I go to Canada, present my paper there, I go to US, present my papers, meet the scientists, researchers. He made me to go to the Europe to present my papers, meet the scientists, researchers, and he allowed me to send my samples anywhere in the world. And he allowed me to get the reprints from the anywhere in the world for my research. He made that kind of this thing. The only thing, when I left, I told him that I was your first international scholar. One treatment which I did not like was that you should have taken first 1 day or 2 days to understand your scholar. And that's the only complaint I had with you. But till today, he's a very good friend of mine, though he's my guru. But it was more or less, he joined the university and when I became. So therefore, you have to see what is your guide, how you can, align yourself with your guide. Because this relationship is for life. And you have to learn that how to get maximum out of your guide, keeping the good relationships. And the guide may go out of way to help you, or your guide may not help you at all. Depending upon all those things, but you cannot complain. Your only goal has to be how you complete your PhD on time. That's your responsibility, it's your ownership. MIT University focuses in a big way that how do we align our research with the national priorities? How we align our research with the industry requirements? And how we align our research with the societal needs. So therefore, as a PhD scholars, you have to all the time think, and especially this first semester is going to be extremely important for you. One side you are doing the coursework, other side you are doing the review of literature, and you are trying to find the research gaps. And you have to see that are these the national priorities? Are meeting the industry requirement or are the addressing the societal needs? And if you have decided your research topic appropriate, which is meeting these requirements, your research will have a lot of attention from the outsiders when you publish your paper. And that focus has to be there. Because this university for last 5 years, every year has been getting the IPR award. It's because of the faculty, the researchers who are filing the patents, the copyrights, publishing the papers. And for any university, it's very difficult to get the IPR award every year. And we want you to be the part of that community. You contribute to your university through your innovation and through your research. by bringing the IPR. Because our Honorable Chancellor has given a target to us, we have to be among the top 10 universities. In NRF at the moment we are among the top 22. And research plays the important role. And also the university has a very good policy. The students, scholars, faculty, they can their own startup in the university based on their IPR, especially the scholars and the faculty. And I would like to see that many of you come with your own startup by the time you complete your PhD. We already have 2-3 faculty who started their own venture while teaching in the university, and a couple of more faculty are there in the pipeline. And Dr. Tandon has been mentoring, guiding those faculty, and evaluating their proposals that how the the IPR can be converted into the startup and how we can support. We expect that our scholar to have a guide, the joint guide, the co-guide from the foreign universities. Because those scholars who have the foreign guides, and if the guide and the co-guide have built that kind of relationship, you may end up, going to the foreign guides labs for shorter duration or for the longer duration. We have signed the agreement already with some of the universities for joint PhD program. So if any one of you, in case you are from the science and technology domain and going to pursue the research in the green energy, we already have the agreement with the university in Europe, where you can go and do the research and you get the 2 degrees, 2 PhDs, one from MIT and another from the Olu University. Same way in bioscience and biotechnology also we have the joint PhD agreements already with the university. So you have to see and explore, because we have very strong international affairs department. And since beginning, because founder president right from the beginning when the higher education was started, because he comes from the Europe, more than 30 years spent in Germany, he understands the value of the global exposure. And he wanted right from the beginning that the MIT, the students, the scholars, they get the global exposures. So we have that way with the number of companies, the MOU and our group vice chancellor, Dr. Singh, who will be soon will be addressing you, will be sharing you how you can get those international exposures. But initiative have to be taken by you. Don't wait that your guide will this thing. So you talk to your guide, how can I get the exposure to so and so university, international affairs? We will be more than happy to help you, support you. And so therefore, once again, I would like to extend very warm welcome to all of you. And this semester, if you have spent rightly, the rest of the semesters will be easy to follow. But if this semester you have not spent rightly, coursework, review of literature, and finding the research gap and finalizing your research broad area, the topic, and the research objectives. I think you have done the whole groundwork very nicely. You have to only then follow your research plan for the subsequent semesters. The questionnaire, data collection, data analysis, all those things. And follow the research ethics, which are very important. And because what matters in life, the what kind of values you carry with you. And you're going to be a researcher, the research values, the ethics are extremely important. We would not like any one of you's paper ever to be retracted. If any paper is retracted, It's not only the punishment to an individual, it's this big punishment to the university also, to the faculty also. Therefore, I will suggest follow the ethical route. God is there with you, will support you always. And therefore, I wish you all the best. May Almighty help you to conduct the ethical research, which is industry oriented, which is aligned with the national priorities, who meets the societal needs and fulfill the vision of our nation, the Viksit Bharat, which founder president very dearly focuses on that vision and relentlessly working to achieve that. I think that in a very short span, the MIT has expanded, grown in a way that we have the group 12 universities, campuses in 16 countries, and over 250,000 students. And it is a big achievement. It's only because of the vision of Honorable Founder President and the very hard work of our Honorable Chancellors, trustees, and members of the family, and supported by the people of all the faculty, everyone from the university. So wish you all the best. God bless you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your motivating address and for encouraging our scholars to pursue excellence with dedication. Exposure to global platforms plays a vital role in shaping a successful research career. It is now my privilege to invite Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, Group Vice Chancellor, a globally recognized academic leader in management and marketing with over 2 decades of experience. He has played a key role in expanding Amity's international presence and strengthening global academic collaborations. With 140 plus indexed publications, an H index of 37, and over 4,500 citations. He is ranked among the top 5 marketing and business researchers in India's private higher education sector. A distinguished institution builder, he has led the development of universities across India and globally, including London, Singapore, Dubai, New York, Tashkent, and Mauritius. May I request him to enlighten us on global opportunities for PhD scholars, please.
Very good afternoon to all of you. It's my proud privilege to speak to the newly recruited research scholars. This is the most prestigious program of MIT universities. First of all, congratulations to you and to your family for coming to a university where the entire focus is on research and on the innovation. Uh, the the group has been conceived. The entire idea of this group has been conceived by a fatherly figure, our founder, President Dr. Ashok Chauhan, who also went on a scholarship to do his PhD. So you can very well see that what kind of ethos we have, that the person who has founded the entire university, he himself went on a scholarship to Germany to pursue his PhD. And from there, he conceived the idea that one day he has to contribute back to his own country. So the entire value system of MIT is revolving around the strong research and ethos on which we are trying to build our ecosystem. You can see some very eminent scholars on the stage. Dr. B.C. Das, who is sitting here, one of the very rare breeds of scholars, who is one of the most respected scholars. So first of all, give a huge applause to him. Dr. Charandeep Tandon, who is sitting here, additional Pro Vice Chancellor, who is very ably leading our research initiatives. And we have seen in the last 2 years, since he has taken it over, a research index of the university is showing geometrical progression, good results. Give a huge applause to him. Dr. Soni, who is one of our very distinguished lieutenants, who is so ably leading the research initiatives. Give a huge applause to him. And very senior people I can see who are sitting head of the institution. A huge applause for all of them. They are contributing most significantly in your life. I've been told that I have to give you that what kind of international opportunities are existing in front of you. Believe me that your PhD journey is going to be very exciting if you are inspired. So PhD is not something where you are just sitting in a class and then going back. Because 70% of the people across the globe, not in MIT I'm talking about, across the globe, they give up because it's a long journey. It's a 4 to 5 years of journey. When you are sitting, you are doing your courses, and you need to do your other tasks also. Someone has to manage home. Someone is also doing a job. So it's a difficult process. So in other words, that you need to keep yourself inspired. Now, how to keep yourself inspired is a major issue on which you need to focus on. At MIT, we will make this journey very exciting. And how we are going to make it exciting is that you will find that there will be, at every stage, there will be a guide who is going to help you out. Research is not something which is done in isolation. Research is always done through collaborations. Research is always done through your good contacts. Research is always done through the exposure you get. At MIT, you will find that we will be able to guide you to do your projects with some of the leading universities of the world. For example, if you want to do your research with some of the collaborators in UK or in Europe or in United States of America or in Australia or in New Zealand, we will be able to find you the right person will connect you. And once you are connected, then you can create an ecosystem which can be very good for you. I was the evening I was speaking at British Council, where the large number of researchers were present, and we were told that last year we did so many projects, and it actually started from a research scholar. I remember that there was a scholar in engineering department, Dr. Soni, who was working, and she came to us and she said that, sir, we want to collaborate in the area which is AI, but we want to do some research which is related with business. So we thought, we sat, we discussed, and then Shipra Saraswat, Dr. Shipra Saraswat, who's in engineering department, she came, and then from our side, Dr. Anupa and Dr. Shikha Kapoor, we had a brainstorming session, 2 hours, that how we should write a project. And we wrote a project, and you'll not believe it, it became such an impressive project on which we got a huge demand. So not only that our faculty traveled to UK, we were able to do a practical exercise where more than 150 companies from the York, they were present, and we did a presentation for them. We did a full day exercise for them, and then their vice chancellor and pro vice chancellor came last year, and they are again coming on 19th. So all of you are invited. We do a research conference called InBush. They are coming here, and then they are making the presentation. Why I want to tell you is that it will not only help you to do the projects, it will also financially reward you. You will travel, you will get research grant, you will get experience. And who knows, tomorrow, if you want to work with a foreign university abroad, you will have an opportunity to work with these brands. Similarly, we did a project with the University of Birmingham. It was again a multidisciplinary project. During InBush, we are having large number of researchers who are coming from Europe. We have got one very prestigious scholar called Professor P.K. Kapoor. So maybe that you can interact with him. He was earlier the dean of the Delhi University, above 70 years, but he has a passion towards helping the students on do the mathematical modeling. So any article you bring to him, he will be able to sit with you and he will be able to put a mathematical model in it. And such is his prestige. He has a number of research books, and such has been his dominance in creating the models that all articles which he is writing and he is co-creating with with the research scholars, they are being published in very high impact research journals. And you get satisfaction as a researcher when your name comes up in the top few, or when your research is being published, or once it is being recognized, you feel elated. And that is the reason that we are saying that you are in a very good university which is able to help you up. You have got very senior leaders from academics who will be able to help in identifying that where these publishing opportunities are. At MIT, I was given to understand that there are more than 87 conferences which we do annually, from management, international business, AI, bioinformatics, biotechnology, engineering, you name our domain, and you will find that we are doing these conferences. We have got exclusive agreement with Springer, where we are coming up with the special issues. In the next international conference which we are organizing, which is happening from 18 to 21st, there are all top scholars of the world. More than 500 scholars will be here, and they will be part of your ecosystem. You can interact with them, you can publish with them. If you want, you can take up a guide. One guide can be from here, one guide can be from that area. I went all the way to see the conference which Dr. Tandon organized, and I met few people, top level people. Wow. And everyone with whom we were talking, they were saying that we want to support MIT. So my request to all of you would be that please take this experience back. And publishing series like from Taylor and Francis, we have somewhere about 45 journals coming up. With Springer, we have got a very huge setup. We do 9 international conferences, which no other university has ever done. With IEEE, which is an engineering organization, for the first time, they married a management organization. So we had a very good marriage for the first time in the world. Management people married engineering. Normally they don't, right? But this was from MIT that this process started. That engineers, they came with the management, and we started from MIT, from the International Business School. So the first conference which any university in the world did with IEEE in London was MIT. We did at University College London, and from there we never looked back. So every year now we do a research conference in London, and our chancellor, who himself is a product of London School of Economics, very inspiring figure. Today, by the way, is his marriage anniversary, but very inspiring figure. And he not only focuses on research, but he wants that each scholar who is a part of our ecosystem is not only publishing, but is also earning well. So you will find that quite a few of our scholars, they are not only collaborating with the international research scholars, but we have also been able to look at that how we should be able to do meaningful collaborations with them. For example, what we do is, I think I have 20 minutes. Yeah, I have 20 minutes. Yeah. So right now 7 have gone. Right. So I have 13. Right. But I'll finish with 5. You want me to finish now? Okay. Fine. Right. So. So I think that what we need to do is that we need to look at that what are the options which are available for us. For example, we are the university. We are doing first conference in London, second in New York, where Princeton and NYU are our partners. Then we do a third conference, which is in Dubai. Every year we do it. Fourth conference we do it in Tashkent in Uzbekistan. Fifth we do with University of Melbourne and with Monash. Sixth, we do every year with the University of Western Sydney. So what I wanted to tell you is that there are so many possibilities with you, which you can hunt and you can look at. 81 of our faculty members, 81 of our faculty members are amongst the top 2% list of the scientists. This is a photograph of Professor Dadar, who's the dean of the Harvard Business School. So why I want to show you is that Harvard is treated as the source of inspiration. And you can see that what he has to say about MIT. We write cases with them. We do research conferences with them. And not only that.
Message committee for these new programs. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for being here. I think the idea that we have all these really terrific courses in our business.
We try to develop these courses. And why I want to tell you this, so that you know that these kind of opportunities exist for you, and no other university will be able to provide you with these facilities. This is Oxford. This is the Dean of Oxford Business School, Dr. Sumitra Datta. And this is what
Amity is one of the most innovative universities, I think, not just in India, but globally. And I'm very proud that I've had a long association in Amity, and I look forward to coming and joining the InBush Summit in February.
This is that he comes every year for your research conference in Bush. This is University of Melbourne, with whom we have developed a PhD program where you can pick up a faculty, which is one from MIT and one from their side. Monash, we created history where 300 students, out of which 84 were doing their PhD, they became a part of our ecosystem. And you can see Deep Sani, who is the Vice Chancellor, a very good friend of MIT at McGill, coming and delivering research and offering the research positions to people. Johns Hopkins University, where we have got very strong linkages in management, biotechnology, and engineering. And that is your Chancellor with Philip Kotler, with whom we collaborated and we wrote case studies. That is the Chancellor of University of Birmingham and largest partner of the Case Center UK, with whom we publish. And that is what I wanted to tell you, that I think you are in the right hands. At any point of time, you need any guidance, you want to publish with some of the top scholars of the world, you want that to pick up guide from one of the foreign universities, you want to do joint funding projects or want to write bids, you can always come to us. There's no other university in India who will be able to help you and who will be able to hold your hand. But still, I would say that after looking at such impressive slides, which shows the international dominance of MIT, still there can be a journey where you will have problems. And if you have problems and at some point of time, if you feel that there is a problem, yeah, still in your life, you will find that while doing research, there will be issues. There will be challenges. There can be domestic challenges. There can be professional challenges. But inspiration is just very close to you. Find your inspiration. I found my inspiration in Dr. Chauhan 30 years back, and I never stopped. Every day is a challenge. Every day, every minute is a challenge. Yeah, every minute is a challenge, but you need to look at that challenge and need to solve. I will stop here by showing this video that whenever there is a problem, there is an accident, go ahead, because journey is not only about winning, journey is about participation. May God bless each one of you. I was given 25 minutes. I have stopped in 19 minutes. Thank you. That's one video. Yes. Please enjoy this video. Thank you.
When I am down and oh my soul so weary, when troubles come and my heart burdened be, and I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the international pathways available to our scholars and encouraging them to broaden their academic horizons. We will now break for lunch. Lunch has been arranged at F2 block, lunch area ground floor. I request everyone present here to join for lunch. And scholars are requested to kindly reassemble back immediately after the lunch so that we can finish our program on time. Thank you. 2 p.m. Please reassemble back at 2 p.m. And all scholars are requested to ensure you have signed your attendance sheet. Those who have not signed, please sign it right now. All please join for lunch. Thank you. Next session, which focuses on fostering a culture of innovation and impactful research within the university. It is my pleasure to invite Professor Dr. W. Selvamurthy, President, Amity Science Technology and Innovation Foundation, Director General of the Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation, and Chancellor of Amity University, Chhattisgarh, to share his insights on Introduction to Research and Innovation at Amity Universe. Dr. Selvamurthy is a distinguished scientist with a Ph.D. from the University of Delhi and over 4 decades of leadership at DRDO. He has made remarkable contributions to biomedical and life sciences research for the armed forces. With over 250 research publications, several books, and numerous prestigious awards, he continues to play a pivotal role in strengthening research, innovation, and global collaborations at Amity University. Sir, we are truly honored to have you with us. May I now request you to kindly address the gathering?
Hello. Yes, let's clap. See, always celebrate, be happy. Don't be in a very serious. Life is beautiful. Love, music, color, light. That is life. So I want you to people keep smiling like this. Let's clap. Yes, that's it. Be vibrant always. You know, my age, I have gone 75 times around the solar orbit. I have around 75 times I have roamed around the sun. That's my life. So what I want to say is you have to lead a happy and purposeful life. So let's, even in this session, be vibrant, happy, attentive. Because once you, anything what you do, give 100%. If you are listening to a lecture, give 100%. So then you excel. That is why you can scale new pinnacles. That's what I have experienced in my 75 years. So welcome and welcome to Amity family. I'm so excited to interact with you, the future leaders of the whole globe, and not only for India, but also for the whole globe. And you have joined a big family, a great family, which is Amity family, which I'll show you why it is great, why it is big, why it is so distinguished. And you are blessed to have joined such a great organization. So on behalf of Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji, Dr. Atul Chauhan, the Chancellor, and all of us from Amity family, we welcome you to Amity family. You are going to have a very enriching experience for the next about 4 or 5 years. You are going to be with us, and then you are going to remain lifelong with Amity University. So I welcome you all. As one of the elder member of the Amity family, it's my pleasure to welcome you. Just start the first level. So I'm going to share with you what is the research and innovation ecosystem in Amity Group, and then how we would expect you to grow as leaders in your own domain in research and innovation. So keep the second slide, please. So let me welcome you all. Why I say that it's unique? You have not joined Amity University Uttar Pradesh. You have joined a family which is 12 universities in India, 18 campuses abroad, 28 schools, 250,000 students, 10,000 faculty, 5,000 PhD scholars. So you have joined such a big family. That's why you are great. You are blessed. And then here is a university which within 20 years of its existence have become 22 in NIRF and in top 100 globally in terms of interdisciplinary science, employability. So all this Times Higher Education, which is one of the world ranking organization, has ranked Amity in top 100. You Google that, you'll find that. Then Amity is also top 3% globally as a university, even though we are 22 in the country. So you have joined such a family which has got such a magnanimous universe. It is Amity Universe. You have joined Amity Universe to do your PhD. And this Amity Universe was created by a great visionary, and which is Dr. Ashok Chauhan. I will talk about him later. Just now I'll show the slides. So you are blessed. So heartiest congratulations. Because I served in DRDO for 40 years. I have served here almost now close to 1.5 decades, more than 13 years here. I have seen various universities in India and abroad, but nothing to compare Amity University. Because I have seen this for 13 years inside as a part of the system, having come from government. So the best in the country, I'll say the best in the world. This is what is the vision of our founder, president, chancellors. All of us here, we are in a mission to make Amity to be the best in the world. And for which you have to be the best in the world. Because if Amity is not this building, furnitures, infrastructure, it is the people, the students, PhD scholars, faculties. So if you are the best, Amity is the best. So that is why we want you to be the best in the world. That means we have to groom you. So I would, you should remember your aim. Life, you have to keep big aim. So now aim to be the best in the world. In your own profession, whether it is science, technology, engineering, social science, management, humanities, any discipline you take, you should try to excel and then be the best in the world. So heartiest congratulations. Then Amity is also, because why you are blessed, that your university has published more than 55,000 research papers in journals of 55,000. Our H index is 200. We have executed more than 500 research projects, and we have filed more than 2,765 patents. We have transferred 35 technologies to industry. So you see a young university, 20 years old university, which has expanded horizontally, expanded vertically. That's why you are blessed to be here in Amity University. Let's clap. for all those who have built what Amity is today. Now, coming to the faculties, there are 81 faculties in top 2% Stanford survey. The top scientists of the world is here to groom you. There are 81 faculties, but there are many more coming up in the pipeline. But there are people who are going to guide you, mentor you, groom you, are very distinguished people. Dr. Chandradeep Tendon, the Pro Vice Chancellor of the research in this campus. He was the director of Amity Institute of Biotechnology. He has been abroad, he has studied abroad. Similarly, Dr. K.M. Soni, who coordinates all the PhD programs. So like this, each one of us are very distinguished. Why we are here? Not as a job. We are on a mission to groom the future global citizens. You are the future, present and future. So we are here on a mission to churn out the future global citizens who are endowed with knowledge in your own domains, including spiritual knowledge. That's why Havan. You had the Havan. We welcome you with Havan because we exist in physical, mental, and spiritual level. A human being exists at 3 planes. So we in our Amity education system, we nurture all the 3 faculties to develop. Physical, we want you to be healthy. You know, at this age, I climb stairs, I don't use lift. I can run with you, many of you, I will be able to defeat. Keep your good health. Physical development. We have gym, we have yoga centers, we have swimming pool. Everywhere, go and use it. Keep your good health. At the 75, you know, I can run with you. You have to be better, healthier than this. So physical. Mental. You know, our grooming is different. We want you to learn by doing, not just by, you know, coursework and internships. All this, you know, we want to give you practical experience. We want you to learn by yourself. Because we will show the directions, avenues, opportunities. But then you have to develop yourself. PhD, you have to participate major from you. But there are guides, co-guides, they will groom you, guide you, support you, show the path and take you. So, but the initiative has to come from you. You have to work 24 hours a day. You have to live science, not do science, or even in other disciplines, whether it is management or it is humanities. Research is lived, not done, not practiced. So I want you people to live research. That means even at home when you are sleeping, you will dream, my PhD, it has been this, oh, I found something interesting. That is living science or living research. So I want you people to live research in this period. That is how you tune yourself to that level and you achieve. And so here there is no time for PhD 9 to 5 and after that, no, this is to be done every moment. You will live science, live research. Then the next thing I want to convey that you have a greater responsibility now. That's why this slide. You know, this slide shows founder president Dr. Chauhan when he returned from Germany after spending almost 30 years there, employing more than 8,000 Germans and other internationals on his payroll, who went like you to do PhD in one institution in Germany with 3 sterling pounds. But then because he worked hard, he worked in restaurants, serving people, cleaning utensils, and in his spare time, and then yearning and learning, because his parents did not have wherewithal to support. So this is how your founder president, who is now created this Amity universe, worked. He had a vision when he came back, that national vision of 2030, India should become a knowledge superpower, for which you should have all these 3 dimensions: economic power, military power, knowledge power. So economic power, your research should contribute, it should make an impact on our economy, on our security, on our knowledge development. So think that your research is not going to complete as a formality, a thesis to be submitted, 2 papers have to be published, all these are formalities. But then I want you, each and every thesis of yours has to be the best. But that's a lifetime contribution. This is the highest degree a person can aspire for is PhD. So I want you to have that rigor, seriousness, total dedication, and complete involvement, 100% of yours, mind, body, and soul, getting into your PhD thesis. This is what we expect. Not just only completing your degree, that everyone will complete. But your research should make an impact on economic power, in India becoming an economic power. Whichever discipline, whether it's management, find out a very innovative management method. Social science, how do you take science and technology to the society? So you can do such things impactful. So when you are selecting the topics for your PhD, select something which is socially relevant, not just blue sky research, something which you will remember, I made this impact, my thesis made impact on this aspect of society, whichever discipline you are in. So I want you to choose topics which are of socially relevant and globally significant, because your research should be globally significant, socially relevant and globally significant. So think, don't rush to choose the topic. Deliberate. You have 6 months to read the coursework. Think what I am going to do, which will make an impact globally, which will make impact on my society, contributing to economic power, military power, knowledge power. So choose that. Not as a only is a requirement to get a degree. That in any case you will get. But this will be a lifetime your thesis. You will be, whether you go for a job, whether you are getting married, your groom will ask, the people will ask, what was the topic you did PhD? What is the impact it made? Whether you go for a job, they will ask this. Whether you go for higher studies, postdoc, they will ask this. So thesis is so important. So give the highest priority, total involvement. Okay, this is one message. So India is emerging as economic military knowledge power. Your thesis outcome should actually contribute to any one of these dimensions. Okay, next. Now India is aspirational India. Earlier you were just filling the gap between the developed nations and then our nations. There was big gap in science and technology and in economy. Now we are narrowing up. We have narrowed down. But now it is aspirational India. We want to be the number one. The whole world, the universe is conspiring India to become the number one in the world. So your country is going to become number one because the whole the world is looking towards India, looking towards you. What you do will decide where the country will move. So that is why you have a greater responsibility than maybe even the previous PhD scholars. That the whole world is looking at your thesis, your PhD, at you, what you are going to do for 8 billion people. That is why, remember that is on your shoulder. Not just getting a degree is your responsibility. To take care of groom yourself to take care of 8 billion people. So when you are doing PhD, how is it going to affect Indian economy or India? How is it going to make humanity a difference? This is what you should have. Okay, then your doing PhD will be much different. So this is why India has become aspirational. We are going to have the AI Global Summit on 16th, 17th, 18th. So like this, the whole world is coming to us. Semiconductors, quantum technologies, AI. Everywhere India is moving up very fast, and you will contribute. Your thesis will contribute to add to this value of India becoming a knowledge superpower. Now you see this, where do we stand? India stands today third in scientific publication. The total number of publications, when you look at every year, how many papers we publish, we are in third. We are third in number of PhD. So you people, come in that. We are third in the whole world, the number of PhDs. The third in startup ecosystem. So some of your thesis outcome can lead to a startup. You don't have to look for employment only or a postdoc only. You can become an entrepreneur. So we have a startup opportunity. We have incubator available today, which has nurtured more than 1,200 startups. So maybe you can start with your own technology or a process. You can start your own startup. Then you also have, when it comes to quality of publications, Nature Index, we are in top 9. Why should we be number 3 or number 9 or number 7? We want you to be the number 1. So now your responsibility, you make this merit list, scientific publication, you should be number 1. in terms of quantity, quality. So look for that. You are going to contribute to make India number one in all this. Now we are 38 in Global Innovation Index. That's not the right place for India. It has to be number one, top 10. So make this. So your thesis work is going to contribute to this statistics of the country. So realize the responsibility on your shoulders. Next. Now our Honorable Prime Minister has set a big goal which aligns very well with our Amity mission, which founder president has given. India should become a global power, superpower. India should become a knowledge superpower, and which aligns well with the Viksit Bharat, which has been given by Honorable Prime Minister as a vision to the country. So your research, your PhD work should contribute in some way to this Viksit Bharat transformation of India, like youth, poor, women, farmer. All of these people are the four pillars on which the Viksit Bharat concept is being built. Economic growth. So your thesis outcome should contribute to economic growth, social progress, environmental sustainability. When you do this, am I disturbing the environment? Is my research is leading to a carbon footprint reduction? So like this, all that you should keep in mind, good governance. So if you are in the management, good governance. So these are the things which you should keep in mind. Next. Now I have to say something about your founder president about whom I have spoken, a great visionary, a man with Midas touch, the person who connects with the God directly. And that kind of person is your founder president who has created the Amity universe. About whom I said, he went to Germany, he employed 8,000 Germans and also the other internationals, and became the largest non-European investor in the world. He did chemistry, masters in chemistry, then he went for Ph.D. in chemical engineering, then he became an entrepreneur. So it is possible because he dreamt big, he worked for it, he strived for it, struggled for it, sacrificed. If you do that, you can become like him. So when God pushes somebody, inspires somebody, leads somebody, no power in the world can stop such a person. So such a faith you must also have in supreme power. It need not be any religion you may belong to, but then you should believe that there is some other power which will facilitate, bless you. This is what we did in the heaven. We blessed you all to do a happy, good, healthy life, happy life, and good PhD, successful in PhD endeavors. So all this we bless. So Amity not only gives degrees, not only gives knowledge, but we give blessings to you. That is Brahmastra. Every university gives degree, but then we give prayers, we give blessings in addition to the degrees and others. This is Amity. Every day, your founder president, whom you see here, he prays for you. There is a havan taking place between 7 and 7:30 at home, at his house, VKT house in Defense Colony. He prays for students, scholars, faculties, families, your family. So this is what is Amity is unique. Amity is different. I want you to realize you are blessed to be here because it's a different environment altogether. So you are so blessed to be here. Next, you must also know about your chancellors who are going to, lead you in terms of this organization. Dr. Atul Chauhan, which you see there, he is a product of University College of London and London School of Economics. So he has an engineering degree and an economics management degree. So he is your chancellor of this campus as well as president of our foundation. What he says, we are creating centers of thought leaders. You are the thought leaders. We are creating centers of thought leadership across the world because we have so many universities, Dubai, Mauritius, Singapore, London, Romania, USA. USA, we have 2 campuses. We have in Amsterdam, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, Tashkent. So everywhere we exist. So thought leaders across the globe. Faculty, where faculty, scientists, brilliant students can explore, expand the frontiers of knowledge. This is what is the mission. Together with you, we will change the world. This is what he says. Together with you, we will change the world. So your thesis has to change the world, has to make a difference. Similarly, Dr. Asim Chauhan, who is your additional president, second son of Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the founder president. Our endeavor is to nurture holistic world citizens who are endowed with knowledge, including spiritual knowledge, skills including soft skills, good behavior, sanskars, values, resilience to face challenges in life. This is what Amity gives. That's what he says. Our endeavor is to nurture holistic world citizens who are driven by human values and equipped with the excel on a global stage. This is what is Amity today. Another trustee, who is Dr. Amod Chauhan, he is a product of Harvard. So what I want to convey is this universe, Amity universe, is governed by such elite, educated, studied in Europe, studied in Germany, and studied in US, UK. Such people are going to govern this. So remember the ecosystem. The governance is by such great elite people. Now, Amity Education Group, what is that we are aiming at? Quality education. We want the best quality. It's not the number of students, the quality of you. That is why you are chosen to be here. Quality of education in our delivery. We want to bring that quality, the Six Sigma in management. Learning by doing, not by only classrooms, coursework, and also reading, Google, all this. Besides that, learning by practically doing. Sanskars, we want to give you good experience. That is important. Your Atma goes with sanskars. So we will give you good sanskars here. We will give connectivity with stakeholders, be it industry, corporate, or it is institution. We have so much of MOUs, more than 300 MOUs. So we will connect with all the stakeholders, even including investors, if you are going to have a startup. We have Amity Venture Capital. If you have a brilliant idea, we'll support you. We'll take equity in your company. So we have that kind of connectivity with stakeholders. We give behavioral science, because in life, you may be an intellectual giant, but if you are a spiritual pygmy, then you don't succeed. You won't be happy in life. That is why we develop both right hemispheric functions, left hemispheric functions. We develop you holistically, not just only PhD guiding. Our guides will also see that how you emerge as a good human being, besides a good scientist, good researcher. So this is what is, and we also give foreign language. We have foreign language schools. You can also join one of those if you want to take any foreign language. Now, there are some Amitian values which you should know. I will pick up only a few. Creativity. You should do something novel, disruptive, innovative. Your thesis should not be run of the mill. It's not the yet another I have confirmed or I have slightly negated. I have added a little more incremental knowledge. I want this to be disruptive. Your thesis should be something first time being done in the world, whole world. So that is why creativity. Think something like this. What is that something which the whole world has not thought of? You should think. Amity PhD scholars should think. So creativity. Second is honesty and integrity. Very important for life as well as for research. Because you have to give the correct, the integrated, integrity is very important. Honesty is very important when you do research. That is, research is looking for truth through experimentation. Spirituality looks for truth through experiential learning. So here we give that. So since both are reaching ultimate truth, you need honesty, integrity, tenacity, courage. Because many times the experiments may fail. Your culture may get spoiled. Your experiment may not be reproducible. So don't get worried. You need the courage. You need the conviction. You need the courage to face those failures, resilience to face those challenges. So this is what we have, Amitian values relevant to your PhD work. Next. The next is punctuality and meticulousness in your work. Punctuality is very important. If it is 2 o'clock, 2:15, it is 2:15. So, you go to Japan, you see the metro has to come at 10:03. It will not come at 10:02 or 10:04. It will come exactly at 10:03. That is punctuality. Develop that discipline in life. If you have to say that your thesis for one paper has to be published within this time, do that. Stick to that. Strive. Work hard to reach that. Do or die. You know, that type of concept you should have, saying that I will achieve that. Success by compulsion. Develop that spirit. Punctuality, meticulousness in your work is very, very important. Next. These are the beautiful campuses. The first one is where you are, Noida. This is what is every Amity University. There are 12 universities in 12 states. But at Chauhan, founder president wants in every state one. So we have to add 17 more. So this is, everyone has a landscaping, architecture, verticals inside in terms of the specializations, capabilities, competence. So we have built these campuses. Next. Then we also have international campuses. This is overseas. Singapore, Mauritius, London. Look at this. Because it's all US. You can go there, spend some time. If you have a co-guide in US, spend some time in our Amity Global Research Hub in the Long Islands of New York. 175 acres is available there. That beautiful place which you see New York on the other side. 175 acres. This is your Amity. You belong to this big family which is there globally. You belong global. You are not just Noida or Indian. You are global. It's a global brand, and we have universities across. So you can go there, spend some time, have a co-guide from Singapore who also connect with the NUS Singapore, NTU. So like that, we can have the co-supervisor from outside your country. So look at who is the supervisor which is fitting into your thing and tell us. Now coming to where do you stand? Amity University today, 22 in terms of the NIRF ranking, national ranking. It's a very rigorous standards. We are ranked 22, but our age is 20. We became university only in 2005. See the exponential growth because of dedication of these faculties, commitment of the governance from founder, president, and chancellor. We have been able to reach this. Pharmacy, we are 18. Agriculture, we are 15. And engineering, we are 37. But then we want to increase. When you grow, when you do good work, these rankings go up. We want to be in number one there. We are in NAR, which you have to contribute to this transformation. It's your organization. What you do will take that merit list. Next, and also show this. In the global, QS has ranked among top 3%, and we are ranked among Indian Institute of Science, IIT Bombay, and also IIT Delhi, Amity, in terms of employability. Datta. So let's welcome Dr. Datta, our artificial intelligence, he is going to talk to you immediately after this. That time we started a little late, so I'll take a little longer time. Okay. So this is your ranking. So your university ranks not only nationally on the top, but also among the global universities. But it's your responsibility. Where do I move further? Top 10, top 5, number 1. So you should aspire, your research should contribute to that. Next.
The Indian Intellectual Property Office of the Government of India has conferred the National Intellectual Property Award 2020 on Amity University for Top Indian Academic Institution for Patents and Commercialization, a reflection of Amity's commitment to research and innovation.
Your university got the IPR Innovation Award. That means your research, your predecessor's research contributed to receive this award. So your research should help us also to glorify you, your organization. We got not only in 2020, every year we get for IPR. Intellectual property could be a patent, copyright, trademark, design registration, many forms in which trademark, you can file an industry entrepreneur. Let's welcome Dr. B.C. Das, your chairman of University Research Council, who will directly interact with you as for the Ph.D. policies. So this is Amity's IPR. Next portfolio, we have said 2,765 patents we have filed. And this is again the patent which we keep receiving. Latest one is from the CII. Next. Now this is the achievements at glance. If you look at this, We have 250,000 students, 10,000 faculties, 12 universities. Coming to this, there are 300 focused programs. And also, we have 2,753 patents. And then we have 35 technologies we have transferred. So now focus on translation. Because ultimately, if your research has to make an impact, you should now translate your scientific leads into a product, technology, process, or a solution to a problem. So this is what we want as the impactful research which you should undertake. So that is what I am showing here. We have only transferred 35 technologies. Our H index is 200. You know what is H index? There is how many papers which the organization has published, which has at least 200 citations each. So our H index is 200. But then we want to increase it to 500. So you have to do that. Your impactful research will lead to greater citation and propel and push Amity to more than 200. It could be 300, 400 and so on. Next. Now we have certain missions. See, Amity is driven by not just by only the policies and practices. We are driven by missions. We have a mission, connect. We connect with all those stakeholders. We bring synergy between Amity group with those stakeholders, synergy. And everything what we do here, we need to have a fruitful outcome. Outcome is important because life is very short. So we don't waste time. If I'm giving my 100% to make you make an outcome to transform you, outcome to ignite you, outcome to encourage you, motivate you. So this is the outcome. So everything what you do should have an outcome, tangible outcome. It should not be only intangibles only, but tangible outcome. This is mission outcome. Yeah. Similarly, we have certain technology mission, space mission, defense technology mission. We have quantum mission, green hydrogen mission. So there are technological missions happening also here in Amity. You will learn over a period of time. Next. So you go and see the facility. We have all the state of the art NMR, 400 megahertz system. Whether it is fax machine, whether it is GCMS, whether it is AFTM, all those exist. You should know where it happens. Open the Amazon link where we have given all the infrastructure available in Amity group. So this also you should know. If I need, you don't have to go outside. Everything is available in Amity group. Go to Haryana campus, you have central instrumentation facility, beautiful. You go to Jaipur campus, we have a PERS program in which we have established facilities. So you must know for your research, don't think only what is available here. Have a co-supervisor from there and use those facilities. Guide, take their expertise. So when you are choosing this, don't constrain your thesis. I have only these equipments available here. Amity Universe has almost everything what you require. So please do that. I would urge you must know. Why I am showing that is that you must know that we have everything. We have a center of excellence, which Tata is going to talk about artificial intelligence. We have the 10 petaflop computing capability. NVIDIA A100 system, which we are using it for health, agriculture, energy, environment, every sector we are using. Go and visit. How your research, you can use that facility. So you must know, you must keep your antenna open and also look for everything what is available in Amity group. So then you will pitch your thesis work at a very high level, not just what is available in your group, in your division. So look at Amity Universe, what is available, what is the strength, plan your thesis accordingly. Now we have an incubator. Some of you may like to become an entrepreneur. Some of you may like to have a startup. So we have that available as well for entrepreneurship. We have the incubator, which has incubated more than 1,200 startups. We have taken equities in many of them, 10 to 15% equities. So this also you can do. Keep your mind, not only look for job, create job through your research. Create employment instead of looking for only employment. So this is what I want to say, that we have an incubator. Go and visit, spend some time, see the opportunities available for you if you have the entrepreneurship aptitude and interest. Next. So these are some of the incubators who are doing extremely well with a multi-million value. And we have a technology enabling center. Suppose you have brought your thesis outcome as a technology as a prototype, TRL 3, TRL technology readiness level 3. Then we have a system to enable it to mature it to TRL level 5, 6, 7, 8, and then ultimately go to the industry. So you have a technology enabling center in Amity. We have MOUs. Which other university will have MOU with ICMR, ICAR, CSIR, DRDO, ISRO? You name any organization, your university. So look for synergy with those organizations, SNT organizations across the country. Then we have international MOUs. See all those, I have put some of them here. We have more than 200 foreign MOUs with top universities. So you can bring co-supervisor from there. Look for who are the people in those who can co-guide you. Be a co-supervisor. Select them. We will enable you to have them as co-supervisor for your PhD. This is what we are exposing you. We transfer. So don't stop with only publication, patents, go beyond. How do I give something to society in terms of technologies? We have already given 35 technologies. Think like this now. I'm going to publish paper. I'm going to file a patent before publishing. And then I am also translating them into a product technology process and give it to the society. Then society, you are making an impact on the society. So then coming to research, I will finish in another 5 minutes because I have already overshot the time. We need good science, good ethics. Because in research, not only in science, any research, whether it's management research, or it is humanities or social science, or science, technology, engineering, you need ethics. Because ethics is very important, right from planning, right from first you should generate your own disruptive thoughts, innovative ideas, novel solutions for a problem. Think. This we don't think, we just read and then formulate a concept note for your PhDs. Think, what is that which will make an impact? Where there's a big gap in understanding, knowledge, choose. Spend enough time for choosing the topic for your research, thesis topic. So spend enough time to ruminate, churn ideas. Ultimately, you will come out with some novel ideas. So this is one message I want to give. And you need good ethics. You should not copy down some of them, plagiarism. Some people know now ChatGPT and so many softwares are available, so many AI platforms available, which can even construct a thesis for you. Don't do that. Then you lose, you become a robot. So what I want you to do is a good ethics, right from planning, executing. Suppose you see a negative finding, don't just throw it and keep it under the carpet. That could be the best finding. Like, Alexander Fleming. Well, anybody who knows who is Alexander? Penicillin. Very good. Let's give a big clap. Well, you know many things. So this person, he went on a holiday. He came back from holiday and then he saw his petri dish was with all the mold was gone. Then he would have thrown it and then wept for quite some time. But then he said, what is this? Why this? In this area alone, the molds did not grow. That means there is something which is preventing. So like this, your negative finding could be the actual finding. It could be a disruptive, the innovation, invention. So keep your logbook. Always keep a logbook. Even sometimes, early morning you will get some dream. Just write down. So, keep a notebook close to your bed. Write down. Keep, when you are doing experiment, all the truly with integrity reproduce in the logbook. So that even small things, when you look back, you may find something exciting which could be an innovative idea, innovative outcome of your thesis, disruptive, invention. Innovation will come through that. So truly reproduce ethics comes in the progress, documentation, publication, and also ultimately making it impactful. So these are all ethics in research. Next. We will talk about more. Das and myself will give lectures on research ethics. Now, scientific publications are very important. We need quality publication. Everybody can publish. There are so many magazines, paid magazines, predatory magazines. Don't publish. You look for Q1, Q2. These are top journals with good impact factor. So when you publish, you want only in Q1. Decide that I will publish only in Q1 journal. So make an effort. You can publish. There are many students have published. Even undergraduate students, postgraduate students have published. We will mentor you to do that. But it has to be a best quality publication. No plagiarism, and give the references, authorships appropriately, not because, your boss is, you have to give him, please him. Don't do that. Depending on the contribution a person has made, if you have made the highest, you will be the first author, primary author. In any case, if your thesis work, you have to be the first one because it's your idea and your execution. So look for ethics in publications also. Next, we have certain software you will come to know about those which will check the plagiarism, and there is an acceptable level, whether it's 10%, 5%, you will decide. Then maintaining research ethics before starting your research, during the progress of your research, and after. So this, I will leave this, and you can also ruminate. So Sodi, I will leave it with you. You can circulate with all of them. I have only 3 more slides. See, we all have social responsibility. Scientific social responsibility. If you are a scientist, you are a researcher, that everyone, because we are doing research based on a social input which has come to our research. It could be a project, it could be a facility, it could be the equipment procured under the grants which has come from government. So there is our obligation to society. So that is scientific social responsibility. So that is why I said your research topic has to be socially relevant. It should make a difference. It should make an impact. So look for that. That is what Prime Minister mentioned in the Indian Science Congress, that your research should now give an impact on the society. Science should connect with society. Research should benefit the society. Next. Now the career of progression is phenomenal. Now your country is blooming. $5 trillion economy. Every year you are going to add $1 trillion economy, reaching $35 trillion GDP by about 2047. And so you are going to contribute this transformation. So look for postdoctoral experience that you are going to complete. That will come later. Placement, if you are looking for a job, depending on your area, we will enable. We have a placement cell, ATPC, and we have all the enabling mechanism for your career progression. Depending on what is your aptitude, what is your interest, what is your aspiration, because we conduct an aspirational survey and we groom you to come into that level. Whether you want to become an entrepreneur, startup, everything which we have. Then family business. You can go for your family business after doing this. If you are in a pharmaceutical company, your dad has got or somebody has, you want to join. Your experience in pharmacy here helps. So like that family business and so on. Now, Prime Minister Fellowship, I want to tell you, please aspire to apply for this. Now itself I want to tell. Because this is a very prestigious Prime Minister Fellowship only for PhD scholars to do PhD, where an industry and also you invest together, institution. So there is an academic mentor from your PhD thesis from Amity. You can find out your supervisor. Then you have a mentor from industry, corporate industry. So both of them mentor you on a topic relevant to that industry. So ultimately you may get absorbed into the industry. We have a few of our own Amity PhD scholars who have applied, benefited, now they are abroad, they are in a good position, they are happy. So please keep this in mind. There is a scheme available, Prime Minister Fellowship for PhD scholars. So if you are in the science and technology discipline, you can apply for this. Now, final message, set high goals. Just getting degree, every one of you will get a degree. No doubt, unless there is some aberration. But then your thesis has to be the best. Dream. So set a high goal for your research. Strive for excellence. Whatever you do, whether reading, writing, speaking, attending conference, publishing a paper, all this, look for excellence. Think. We don't think. Think. Researchers should spend time in thinking and then also create something novel, bring out something disruptive, innovative. So create and innovate. Ensure ethics in research. Success has no shortcuts. I can tell you, if you want to succeed in your life and happy and peaceful, there is no shortcut. You have to work hard. There is no substitute for hard work, no shortcut. Create wealth and serve society. You will become rich. Because once the country grows, if it is $35 trillion, you will be living in that country. You are part of that. So your wealth, house, the car, everything is assured. But then create something to contribute to the society. Hard work has no substitute. Knowledge explosion. Be updated. Now knowledge grows like this. Every moment some new knowledge is coming in your field, each one of your field. So you should be updated. For a PhD scholar, what is happening in your field, you should be completely right up to the last second. What has happened, you should be aware. So keep updated. Disruptive, path-breaking technologies you should aspire for. Next. Now I should conclude with our own founder president, who is an innovator, who is a scientist, who is an entrepreneur. He is all multifaceted personality. You should create like a role model. I take him as my role model for all this, as a good human being. Good human being, spiritually evolved. So all this he quotes, I quote from him. And I can say with pride that my scientists, you are also part of that. My scientists, my researchers, you are all my researchers, which he is quoting. My researchers. Move with this confidence. He has already felt your confidence. Move with this confidence that they will do wonders and will add to the growth of the nation. And this will help making India not only a knowledge superpower, but also a general superpower. Unquote. So this is what is the message I want to convey from founder president. Besides his blessings, this is the message. Aspire to make India Viksit Bharat, developed India, knowledge superpower. Next. I will end with Prime Minister's goal. Now, science should make country Atmanirbhar. Your technology, if you are in science, engineering, technology, that should contribute to development of a new product, technology, process, that should contribute to self-reliance in every sphere of our technology. Today, the goal of the country is Viksit Bharat, Shashkat Bharat, and Shashak Bharat. We cannot stop until the dream of developed India is fulfilled. Because first vision for India was independence. Everyone sacrificed. Everyone sacrificed. So some of our grandparents, they went to jail. They left the family. They left the property. They got shooting. All this happened, and then only we got freedom. Similarly, Viksit Bharat will not come just like this. You have to sacrifice. We want you to come out of the comfort zone. Stretch yourself. Give not to enjoy. You will enjoy. There will be, in a developed Viksit Bharat, you will enjoy. But then, unless you make that sacrifice, by giving your 100%, that transformation will not occur. That's the final message I want to give this. So I'm sure you will all do well, and we have tremendous confidence in you, and we wish you all the best. Excel in whatever you do. My blessings to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for providing such valuable perspectives on research and innovation and for motivating our scholars to think beyond boundaries. Thank you once again. It's now my pleasure to invite Professor Dr. M.K. Datta, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean Student Research and Director, Amity Center for Artificial Intelligence, to deliver his session on research fundamentals to AI-driven innovations. Recognized among the top 2% influential scientists in artificial intelligence by Stanford University in 2025, he has made significant contributions to the advancements of AI through research, innovation, and academic leadership. I request you, sir, to address our scholars.
हाँ presentation है हाँ हाँ
Okay, so good afternoon, or is it good evening? Good afternoon to all of you. So I can see the room is buzzing with a lot of energy because first day whenever you start something, the energy level is very high. All of you have done your BTech and BSc programs. So first day was very interesting. So today must be a very interesting day for you. So all my esteemed colleagues, Dr. Salvamuthi already heard. He is an inspiration in this Amity fraternity. We have Professor B.C. Das, we have Professor Tannan, or Professor Soni, and all my distinguished colleagues who are listening on the online, because I think the transmission is online. My name is M.K. Datta, and I'm a computer scientist. My PhD is in computer science. I have been witnessing, currently I'm the director for Center for, MIT has a Center for Artificial Intelligence. I'll tell you a little bit about it. I'm the director for Center for Artificial Intelligence, but primarily a computer scientist, but had been a part of the AI boom which we have seen. So my love with AI goes back 10 years back, maybe 15 years back, when AI was not so popular. I'll just try to run through some of these slides. So my target is telling you a little bit about research. Silvamurthy sir has already told you something which I feel, and primarily some AI stuff. I'll tell you some pipeline on AI so that you get, AI. I think all of you are convinced that AI is something which all of you need. Your research, your routine, your official, your professional, everywhere you need AI. So allow me to talk something about that. This is our Center for Artificial Intelligence. It's in E3 block, ground floor, room number G16. E3 block, ground floor, room number G16. We have a very advanced facility. We have an DGX2, which is 800 cards, 10 petaflop computing. This is open to everybody. This is a university. This doesn't belong to asset or biotech or management. This is a university level infrastructure, in university level facility. Anybody can come, anybody can use, open to everyone. PhD students are highly, highly encouraged to use this facility. It's a very costly facility. Our Chancellor, sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, he's a visionary who believes that the modern technology like AI and other technologies should be promoted. It was his vision making it, and I've been very privileged, to be the founding director, the first director of this Center for Artificial Intelligence. It's a good enough thing. It's an opportunity. Not many universities have this good infrastructure of AI for compute. You have it, use it. Well, now I welcome you officially to your PhD journey. So it's an interesting journey. All of us has gone through. My colleagues who are sitting here, they have gone through. Now you are going through. The journey is interesting. It may be a straight road. It may be some difficult road, some crooked road. We don't know. I mean, it will depend who is driving, who is sitting, how the journey is. Now, let me tell you, your supervisor, there will be a mentor. You can imagine your PhD journey like this. You are driving the car. Your mentor is sitting in the next seat to you, who can just tell you some directions. He can tell you when to speed up, but the car is in your control. So now this car, which is traveling, which will travel for how many? Maybe 3 years, 3.5 years, 4 years, not sure. I mean, whatever you do, the entire journey is in your hand. You have to navigate it. I'm sure all of you are motivated enough. So this part of there is a beauty, in knowledge creation. There is a beauty in discovering the unknown. Primarily, I'm a scientist, so I'll talk the science language. There's something called as known science, and there's something called as unknown science. The quest, the hunger for unknown science should be there with the PhD scholars. And of course, when you go in the hunger of that unknown science, there'll be the known science that will help you to go ahead. I'll talk a little bit about it: curiosity, perseverance, integrity. Salvamuthi sir already told you about this. No, research. So if you ask me research, what is this research? The systematic investigation, research. You're searching something once again. All of you are motivated. For me, it's about knowledge creation. It's about new application generation. It's about creating something which maybe adds, augments a little bit in this ocean of knowledge. The knowledge is a big ocean. Maybe you'll add a drop to it, maybe a few drops to it, and that's where you are. I'll try to make a formal definition. I'll try to even make a formal definition over here. So this is what it is: scientific, systematic, careful, extraordinary. Now, let me tell you. For me, if you ask me at a PhD student level, I can define research into three categories. Either it will be a novel contribution, you get a, you get an idea like Einstein or Max Planck or some Heisenberg, and you invent a theory, which is very difficult. It doesn't happen often. This is the number one. Second is application, of something which is known to a new application. That is possible. If you know differential calculus, maybe you can generate a gradient descent algorithm for a deep learning. Use a known science to generate an unknown science. That is the second. And the third one, which is very common, you augment something, you improve some existing system. So that is mainly what PhD student does. Of course, I wish all of you the first option. You get a brilliant thought like, maybe Einstein or maybe Rubens or maybe somebody, talk a little bit more about it. So basic and applied, people who are in core science, let's say I talk about maths. If you're doing a linear algebra or, you are doing a core maths, a pure maths, you're actually developing something that is the basic research. And applied is something where you're applying it. For example, you are developing a technology or there's a science to it. For example, let me tell you in my language, in artificial intelligence, the basic research is if I go back to the gradient descent algorithm and find some mathematical models which will improve the training pace, that's basic science. And applied science is the technology part of it. I use this deep learning in a computer vision model or in a recurrent neural network or in a robotic platform or in a language models which are very popular like GPTs. So either way you do it. So if you ask me which is important or which is not, in fact, they complement each other. The basic research generates the maths and logic. The technology, the applied research, they use it to develop innovations. We'll talk a little bit about it. What is innovation? So you should know as a researcher, what's the difference between innovation and research? Innovation is like, you take things that exist and put them together in a new way. You look at something which people may not have. You see, one of my friend, he's now he's a professor in IC Bangalore. He told me something which I actually, I'll tell you this now right now. There are two type of research. If you take, I'll recommend you this. Number one, do something which everybody thinks but nobody works on it. Take up a research, which everybody knows that this is something but nobody has done it. For example, let me give you the example of C.V. Raman. Everybody sees the sky is blue, but nobody worked on it and to understand why sky is blue. You understand? So you pick a problem which everybody knows, everybody is interested, or nobody has worked. This is one way of choosing a problem. The second way is choose something which you can navigate your entire life, even if the administration and your organization takes away every resource out of you. Something like Planck, something like Einstein. You understand? See, maybe the organization, your company can throw you out. Steve Jobs, he had been removed from the company in which he was working. But it cannot take the maths, the logic that was with Steve Jobs. So develop a problem, find a problem which you can navigate your rest of your life and nobody can take it from you. I'll tell a little bit about Max Planck, then I'll tell you. You understand, you can relate it actually. Research and innovation, you generate the research, you make the maths, you make the calculus, you make the logic, and in the innovation there will be some engineer, some innovator who will go use it for some application. If you talk about creativity, creative imagination, creative imagination is something that will set you apart from. See, if you ask me who is a leader and who is a follower, the one who is an innovator, who has a creative imagination, is a leader, and who cannot think creatively, he is the follower. This fellow, this Mike Oxberger, you can see this fellow. I always quote this fellow. He had no formal education in karts, in go-karts and all. Read about him. He is an inspirational story. What I want to insist upon here is that the creative imagination is something which you need to have, as a scientific mindset. Because you are introduced to actual research. Name of some giants who have been lifting the burden of science. You must have heard about Isaac Newton, the great guy. Without Newton, there is no science. Einstein, a big face. Einstein was a Nobel laureate in, I think, in 1921. But you know what? The amount of work Einstein has done, he could have given 5 or 10 Nobel Prizes. But there is a rule which says Nobel Prize can be given in one subject at one time only. Otherwise, that is Einstein. Marie Curie, Shockley, I will a little bit talk about Shockley. Fleming, Selva Sir told about Fleming. So these are some of the, disruptive things that happen. Alexander Graham Bell, Darwin, Wright brothers, Stephen Hawking, recent man, Higgs boson, Have you heard the boson part? Anyway, now you see, I'll tell you a little bit about the story of this science. In 1800s, late 1800s and the early 1900s, science was having a crisis. So what was the crisis? There was a black body radiation problem. There was a classical mechanic. Let me tell you, I think all of you studied Rutherford's model. Rutherford's model collapsed. Rutherford's model collapsed. You have studied in your science books. There was a black body radiation problem. There was a specific heat problem. There were many problems. I've mentioned some of them. And the entire world was fighting. Newtonian mechanics was challenged. People say that Newtonian mechanics is nonsense and we will not accept Newtonian. And there was a world war going on. There were some other issues also. Right? The whole science was into some kind of crisis. Comes this man. He's a hero. He's Max Planck. Okay, there's a guy called, actually, I'll tell you a little bit. This is an inspirational story. There's another guy. All of you have heard about Max Planck? How many of you have heard about Max Planck? Great. Some of the hands are coming up. How many of you have heard about Rubens? Henrik Rubens? Anyone? No. Okay. Henrik Rubens. Any one of you heard about Henrik Rubens? No. One evening, actually Planck and Rubens are friends. One evening, I'll tell you the story, inspirational. Rubens goes to Max Planck for a cup of coffee or maybe a glass of beer. They were sitting together, they were talking. And Rubens told something to this Planck. There was a problem. There was a Rayleigh gene problem which was not being solved. There was a scattering issue which was not being addressed. The idea clicked. Max Planck goes back. He gives him two months' time. Rubens says, okay, I'll give you 2 months. I'm going to solve this. Max Planck actually solves that problem. And can you imagine what is the gravity of this problem? Without Max Planck, science would have collapsed. 1918, Max Planck was given the Nobel Prize. And you look at these big boys of science. All of you have heard about them, right? From Einstein to Heisenberg to Louis de Broglie to Schrödinger and Wolfgang Pauli and more recently the Shockley and Bardeen. I think all of you have heard about it. These guys sit on the shoulder of Max Planck in giving Niels Bohr. I think Niels Bohr, all of you know that Rutherford's model was rectified by Niels Bohr, giving you that angular momentum has to be an integral multiple of h by 2 pi. My love with science has been, when I read about Max Planck and this Niels Bohr. And so look at these big boys of science. They sit on Max Planck's theory. And today when you are doing these supercomputing machines and, all these GPUs, we also use, would not have been possible if Planck had not given you the quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics. Look at this picture. This is another important thing. Many of you are electronic engineers, for the engineers and the computer scientists, these three people are super important. This is from the Bell Laboratory, Shockley, Bardeen, and Bradin. They discovered something called as transistor, and the world changed forever. Transistor sits also on Planck's constant, on a Planck's theory. And you see the impact of transistor. Let's say I'm carrying this mobile phone. You're carrying a supercomputer, you're carrying NVIDIA GPU, you're carrying something. Do you know what is this actually? What is this? What is this processor? There's an Intel, or there's a NVIDIA, there is a Dell, whatever. You know what is this processor? This processor is nothing but transistors. Different advanced versions of transistors, CMOS technology. We have some technologies. So behind what we are doing today, students, why I'm telling you all these things, you are PhD scholars, the respect, the regard for the people, the giants who has carried science for years and decades, you should know. So the transistor was a decisive thing. So the transistor was a decisive thing in the evolution of technology. And today, whatever we are doing, the GPUs, the supercomputers, etc., everything is based on transistors. Now I'll go to the next part of my talk. I'm supposed to talk a little bit about AI. Your PhD students have open mind and you can interact. I ask you a question: how do you differentiate between dogs and elephants? So what do? You take x-axis as the height, y-axis as the weight. You make a threshold. Anything below the line is a dog, and anything above the line is an elephant. So no big deal. Very simple. The problem comes here. What if I give you 100 categories of butterflies, or 100 categories of snakes, and 100 categories of some fishes, and I ask you to do a mathematical logic or a maths model or a logical model? Most likely it doesn't work. So the question is, how do you expect the machine to fit into a problem which doesn't work with some math rules or logic rules? The only solution is make the machine intelligent. And the term comes, make the machine intelligent, the term comes machine learning. Okay, we'll talk about it now. some of the recent, your routine, like how to ride a bicycle, how to read an emotion of a face. Nobody can teach you. You learn it by experience. And let's see how we do it with AI. That's the evolution. We had coded rules, then we had machine learning, we had deep learning, we'll talk a little bit about it. Now look into this slide, please. This is a generation not talk much. 2010s, 1990s and 2010s was machine learning. Comes 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, deep learning comes into picture. 12, 13, 14, 15, transfer learning, autoencoders, variation auto, so many things comes into picture. And the decisive year was 2018. AI is a buzz. AI is a big technology today, and everything happened on 2018. There was something called as a transformer model, which was given by Google DeepMind. There's a company called Google DeepMind. I'll tell you a little bit more about it. They give an architecture which makes the power of AI unlimited. Today you use GPT. You ask any damn question, maths question, philosophy question, physics question, any question, it returns your response. You give a prompt. Do you know how much memory is required? The context memory is required to generate that, and that comes in 2000. So let me explain to you, students. Prior to 2018, AI was like a small insect, like a small ant. And after 2018, it becomes like a dinosaur. The power is unlimited, actually. When I say unlimited, it's controlled by something like, how much amount of data you have, how much compute power you have, etc., etc. What is machine learning? I'll take some use cases so that you understand how we use in your routine. What is machine learning? Machine learning, I already told you, you take experience, you take data, you train model. For example, cats and dogs, you want to train a model to differentiate between cats and dogs. You show the machine, these are cats, these are dogs, it learns, we call it a train model. You take the train model to unseen images, unseen examples, it will return you with a value, with a label or a value. Example, these are use cases. Now the biology students, the biotechnology students can have attention, please. This is a use case. In fact, this is interesting. We did it in our own lab. So let me tell you what is this. This is about cervical cancer. The cancer load of the country is increasing, I think, across the world. Now, in a country like India, you do not have too much facility of pap smears and mammograms and so many things. So what is the solution? How technology can reach, the people who are deprived of technology in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, maybe in a village, etc. The solution here is AI. We did this research in collaboration with King George Medical University and University of Lucknow. I had spent 5 years in Lucknow in a state government university, so that time the research. But we are still working on that. What did we do? We took some biomarkers and some demographics, some socio-demographic habits and biomarkers as features, like what is the menstrual hygiene, at what age the girl had the first pregnancy, some questions which are decisive or discriminatory in relationship with cervical cancer. And also, you have to do a test. The patient has to do a blood test. Maybe it will cost you 150 or 200 rupees. You get some values, some blood values, some sample values. Punch in your socio-demographics and the blood values in the machine learning model that we have trained. It will return you and tell you how severe, how much close are you to grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, or you're normal. So you see how AI is coming into rescue in a country like India where the cancer load is high and we do not, in fact, affordability, awareness is also not there. So this is the power of AI, this work we have done. The snapshot is already given. If you want to read more, you can download this paper and you can read how the technology works. And this is breast cancer. This we worked with Dharmshala Hospital, that is in your Delhi. So this is similar story with breast cancer. I think WHO has already given some kind of advisory that women above 35 or 40 or something, every 3 years they should go for a scan. Now, in a country like India, mammogram is a costly business, it's painful, there are a lot of things. People don't even feel like going to a mammogram and getting a breast cancer scan done. So here, once again, we work. The paper is already published. Whoever wants to read, you can read more about it. We have an app deployed. If you come to our center, we'll give you an app. You can test for yourself. Do a blood test, which will cost you 150 or 200 rupees. Get the biomarkers. So there are some discriminatory biomarkers which are mentioned. Those biomarkers has to be punched into the machine learning model that we have trained. It will return you grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, or normal, healthy. So that's how machine learning has been used. So, okay, let's proceed. So next comes the deep learning. I think this gentleman, Geoffrey Hinton, got Nobel Prize in 2024. All of you know, he's the godfather of AI. Now, deep learning goes a little bit beyond, and it can actually see an image or a data in different resolutions, which makes the, which makes the classification or the regression model much more robust. It can see low-level, mid-level features and high-level features also. Whereas in machine learning, what you do is, the difference here is that in machine learning, the feature that the machine learning fellow, the data scientist will tell that if it is a car, it has to have a wheel, it has to have a window seat, it has to have a door, so many, you have to define manually. Whereas in deep learning, it becomes automatic. Chances that optimum features being extracted and much more in deep learning. And deep learning has been a buzzword, from 2010s. This slide, okay, simply I'll tell you. When I look at you, let's say this girl, I'm looking at this girl and I'm telling she's wearing a specs and she's wearing a white sweater. So you see, what is the interaction? I'm seeing this girl, you are a PhD student or you are a staff? Huh? Okay. Now I'm looking at this girl and I'm saying she's wearing a specs and she's wearing a white sweater and she's wearing a blue dress, something like that. I'm describing this girl. What is happening? My eyes, my vision sensor are fired. The image is formed. Human being has got 86 billion neurons. A pattern has been formed which reaches my portion of my brain called as visual cortex. Now, through that visual cortex, I have decoded, my image has been decoded, and my mouth speaks, she's a girl and she's wearing a shirt and it's blue and all these things. So when I look it into an AI model, this is a computer vision model. I can replace my eye with a vision model, like a CNN or a vision transformer, that will decode. And my mouth that I'm telling she's a girl and she's wearing a sweater and all this is a language model like your GPT or your Bird or Llama 3, whatever. And between this mouth and this vision, there is a cortex, visual cortex, which is the connecting thing. So if you ask me as an AI scientist, my mouth is a trainable parameter. It's a model which can be trained. My eyes is a trainable parameter. It's a model which can be trained, and my visual cortex is a trainable parameter, which is the interconnect between my vision sensor and my mouth. So a vision model, a language model, and an interconnect, 3 deep neural networks connected together actually can solve your task. Please understand this deep neural network and the generative AI actually is very much inspired from the human system itself. Look at this. I have a question. Deep learning is based on some maths like 1954 stochastic gradient descent, 1974 your backpropagation algorithm. Nobel Prize was given last year. So my question is, when these mathematical models were already there 20 years, 50 years, 70 years back, why the Gen AI is so popular at this stage? 3 important reasons. Please remember. Number 1 is the big data. Today, these AI models are data hungry. More amount of data you pump in. Let's say this girl, you are a 20 or 25-year-old girl. You have spent 25 years in seeing things, understanding things, perceiving things, and giving decisions. You want the machine to be intelligent equal to this girl. So just imagine the 25 years of data, whatever she has seen, you have to pump into the machine to make that machine as intelligent as this girl is. So you need huge amount of data. Today, with the distributed network systems and drives, etc., we have huge data. Hardware, there's a company called NVIDIA. How many of you heard about NVIDIA? NVIDIA is the topmost company. It has already gone above Microsoft. NVIDIA has given you architectures like CUDA, C-U-D-A, Computer Unified Distributed Architecture, which can massively parallelize your task, solve very fast. And the good news about software, AI has almost become a plug-and-play model. Anybody have heard about PyTorch, TensorFlow, Keras? So AI has almost become a PyTorch. So even if you are a PhD student of biotech or a management or any brand, don't worry, you can play with those inbuilt. See, my PhD student 10 years back used to write 100 or 200 lines of code for an optimizer. Today, you can just write a single code and you can just pull it from the Keras library. That much easier it has become. That's a good news for all of you. I'll skip this slide. Now, CNN. Now, you see, people who, let's say you are a life scientist or you are a, agricultural scientist, you'll be working with a lot of vision things, like a leaf image or a microscopic image or a neuro image. So, you know what? Let me tell you, this slide may give you some kind of an idea. There's an explainability to AI. Now, you see, when you look into any image, not necessarily that you focus in the entire image to give a decision. For example, a radiologist looks into an X-ray or a CT scan or an MRI and gives a description, it gives a decision. Not necessarily that that person is giving equal attention score to every pixel of that image. The explainability of AI comes in, and this kind of models actually, this is a GradCam model, this is explainable AI. Not going to details, but these red spots actually shows those GradCam means, gradient. These points are where the gradients are maximum, which means that they are more discriminatory in making a decision. So that is the level of AI we are reaching in the current times. I'll just give you an example. We're working with a problem with, this is with AIMS. We're working on a gallbladder carcinoma. Maybe the next slide will be important. You see here, you can see the GradCam images that have been generated. See, today, if you make a model and you say, I have a black box model or a shallow network model, I give a gallbladder image and ask whether it is carcinoma or non-carcinoma, it just returns yes or no. Nobody is going to take your thing. Unless until there's some explainability to it. AI has to be explainable. Now look into the GradCam. I mean, this is a published paper. You can read if you are interested. You can read more about it. See, can you see the colored images in between? The grade cam images actually highlights those pixels which are actually discriminatory, where the gradients are maximum, that is responsible for making the decision of a cancerous image. Okay, let me relate it like this. Let's say somebody, you see, this gentleman is Chandan Das. He's a radiologist in this one in AMC, a good friend of mine. Chandan Das will look more into those red spot images to make the decision whether it's cancer or not, which actually the AI model is doing it. So that is called as explainability. The responsibility of the AI is to not only tell you a decision, but also give you a supporting explanation to that. That's otoscopic. We're working with King George Medical University. This is ear images. Here also you can see that GradCam images are generated to actually highlight those points which have got a, see, in a simple language, AI is giving you an explanation. Why is it giving you a decision? It's not a black box anymore. Use cases, if you're interested, we developed an app where you can take a photograph of a fish and tell you what is the freshness coefficient of the fish, when the fish was actually harvested, how many days back, whether the fish was exposed to contaminants like pesticides, cypermethrin, or heavy metals like mercury. So that becomes toxic for edible. These are the stories, a lot of use cases. I'll skip this slide. Now, this is interesting. Generative AI. All of you, how many of you heard about generative AI? Great. So language model is actually generative. Well, let's talk about it. So what's generative AI? If I ask you A, B, C, which face seems to be real, which seems to be fake? Can anybody tell me? A is fake, or B is fake, or C is fake, or which is real? All three seems to be very much real, right? Any idea? Okay. What if I tell you all these three are fake? Have you heard of something called as deep fakes? All these three images are fake, but interestingly, they look very real, and actually it will pass through the face detection tests also. Let me tell you a little bit more about it. Now look into this. There's some birds. Okay, in the top 4 rows, there's some birds. Background, texture, pose, and shape. And what I've done in the bottommost ground is that I've interchanged the things. The posture, the texture, the pose, and the shape, I've interchanged and I've generated images. But because these high level and low level features have been interchanged from realistic images, the image is supposed to look real. Okay, let me make it simpler for you. What I'll do here is that there are some, let's say, 50 students. Okay, let me give you an interesting example. Let's say I take some supermodels, some beautiful models like Madhuri Dixit, and I think this generation, I don't know whether they connect, Madhuri Dixit, Aishwarya Rai, and Deepika Padukone, and one more. 4 people I have dumped in my latent space, the faces. I call it the latent space. This is a vector database I've made. And from there, I pick some latent points, which effectively means the eyes will be of Madhuri Dixit, the lip contour will be of Aishwarya Rai, and some jawline will be of something else, and you have generated an image. In fact, the low level and the mid level features of that image is realistically picked from some real instances. Although the image is a fake, but the low level and mid level features of the images are picked from some real instances, which makes it absolutely real. So that's generative AI for you. Okay, I'll skip this. So, in our language, we call it cycle gang, horse to zebra, zebra to horse. Look into the source and destination. In the source, the low level and mid level features has been retained, and the destination, the final image has been generated. So they look very similar. We are retaining them. Okay, GANs, we call it in our language, we call it as GAN. Generative AI timeline. I don't think, is there any computer science person here? Is there any AI, computer science? Your AI? Maybe then you will be interested. Otherwise, for generic people, I'll skip this. Okay, I'll take a pause here. Now you see, there's something called as, how many of you have generated images? How many of you have generated images using diffusion models like ChatGPT or Gemini and Nano Banana? How many of you have generated? Great. You give a command. I have given a command like make an image of a soccer player riding a tiger near the beach during sunset, which is actually a nonsense command. This is not going to happen in realistic. You agree? This is not going to happen. No soccer player is going to ride a tiger in a beach. But I've given the command. Now, if you talk about creativity, human imagination. Let's say you are the finest painter of Delhi or Lucknow. You go and ask him, okay, you draw this for me. That person will find it difficult to creatively imagine this before he takes the paint and the canvas to draw that. Human imagination is driven by emotions. Most likely the painter cannot do it and he cannot do it. Now here I'll make a very strong statement. Sun lijiye aap log. Artificial intelligence in itself is a wrong word. Anything that is artificial cannot be intelligent. Intelligence only lives with you. Eric Rendell, there was a person called Eric Rendell. He actually coined, I think Eric Rendell or I think Minsky, Minsov, Minsky. These two guys, some of them, I think either of them have coined this term artificial intelligence. I can't recall actually. But this is a wrong word. This is a wrong word. Anything which is artificial, remember this always. Now the question is how this fellow is doing it. Now let me tell you. Let's say there is 70 billion parameter model. Human being has got 86 billion parameter neurons. In our deep learning models like let's say Llama 3, let's say talk about GPT-4. GPT-4 comes with 70 billion parameters. So if I give a command, make a image of a soccer player riding a tiger near the sea, these words actually gets tokenized, gets into some mathematical form encoded, gets into a decoder encoder model. 80 billion mathematical operations happens and this image is generated. If you ask me what is AI, I was giving a talk some days back. I'll tell you, for me, AI is only three things. There's a forward propagation, which is linear algebra. There is a error calculation, which is a probability, and there's a back propagation, which is actually your gradient. I mean, your differential calculus. If you ask me what is AI, linear algebra, forward propagation, linear algebra, probability is the error calculation, and back propagation is your difference. So three mathematical operation happens. So 86 billion times mathematical operation has happened, and this has come up. Now, see, the funny part is, I asked, diffusion model, generate diffusion model, and so I have generated what is diffusion model using a diffusion model. So you're making the circle complete here. So that's funny. I'll skip this. Mixture of expert will be too much. I mean, let's skip this. No, this is a problem which we are doing if you are interested. So we use the machine learning part. See, what I'm trying to tell you here is that how does machine look into it? Let's say I have a data. I have a patient. I have his data. What is his temperature? What is his eye color? What is his vomiting tendency? I have a sequence of data. There are two ways of looking into the data. Either you look at it as data points or you look at it as a sequence. Okay. So the modeling is either go to a data point or make it sequential. So what we have done, this is a very interesting work which we are doing in our laboratory. So I'll tell you, there's a network called as VRDL network. Can you see an India map there? I think it's very small. Visible? No, it's not visible. There's an India, huh? Yeah. So anyway, maybe 2 minutes. So in this India map, you see there are some points, 150 centers across the country through which we have data. I have access to 46 lakh. Maybe more, maybe by now which has increased. So I have around 46 lakh patients data residing with me, and I'm training a model. This is in collaboration with NIH Chennai, National Institute of Epidemiology Chennai. And what we are doing is that doctors normally recommends multiple tests. Sometimes the symptoms are overlapping. Doctor will tell you dengue bhi kara lo, tum chikungunya bhi kara lo, 3 tests kara lo, and which is costing the patient otherwise. So here what we are doing, depending on, look into this, this is running. This is how the prediction is done. Whatever symptoms you have, let's say you have jaundice symptom, let's say you have a fever symptom, maybe you have whatever symptoms you have, you pick the symptoms. And in the background, we have used a mixture of expert model where there are different expert networks which are trained, and it will return you with some kind of a confidence score like 75% chikungunya, some 10% dengue or something like that. So accordingly, that makes the life of the the clinician much easier in recommending the actual pathological test. So this is a video, this is a short video. You just see they are picking some conjunctivitis symptoms and then the prediction. Okay, this is just a random video. We are picking something randomly, and I think, is it visible? So it says hepatitis B virus with a confidence score of 53.4. So, we have some kind of support where the clinician. So this is a big project we are doing. I already told you about Transformer. I'm very happy to tell you that this is a game-changing architecture of AI, which is Transformer. And I'm very proud to say that 2 Indians are associated with this. Today we are talking about AI Buzz and Llama and GPT-4 and so many things. This has happened in 2018. A paper comes up from Google DeepMind. The lead is Ashish Baswani, an Indian, and a girl, Nikki Parmar, and the rest of them are from US and all. So this is the actually, the architecture which makes the context memory of AI infinite. So I'll skip all these slides. We don't have time. If anything interesting, I'll tell you. Otherwise, this is how the LLMs work. No, nothing. Maybe one slide. I don't have much time. We'll skip some of the slides. Maybe one slide. Okay, this is the last slide, and then I'll sum it up. I asked the GPT a question. Can you tell me what are the ingredients required to make this? I'm given a photo. So this is called as multimodal AI. It's not single model. It's not on text or image or any sequential data or any time series data. So what is this like? If I give it to a human being, the first thing is that you have to look into their image, Try to understand it's a cookies or a butter cookies or a chocolate cookies or what is that and what may be possibly there. First thing is that you should know whether it is there or not. So first a vision encoder will come into play. A vision encoder will come into play which will try to decode. Then it goes back to the neural nets. We have got 80 billion parameter model. It goes inside the weights and starts searching if the vision encoded output is available somewhere. It's not an easy task at all, and it is generated. I think I used not sure, maybe Gemini, maybe something, yeah, whatever, something I have used. I was generating it and just see this is where we are living it today. So with this, I will stop my. But one sec, I'll just show these three a quick glance. PhD researchers look into this model. You can also take a note of it. CLIP is a very powerful model given by OpenAI. CLIP. Most likely you will find it very useful. Image plus token, image plus text training is done. Meta has given Flava. This is also available in Hugging Face. It's open. And Google has given you Flamingo. ये तीन आप लोग याद रखिएगा, आप लोगों को कहीं ना कहीं काम आएगा. Even if you're a biologist or agricultural scientist, remember this. I'm once again showing CLIP is from OpenAI. Meta has given you CLIP from OpenAI, Flava from Meta, and Flamingo from Google. So they can train images plus text and plus more. I wish you use this in your PhD course. Thank you so much for listening to me. And what is the last slide? What is the end? So this is me, and I'll skip all this. So one sec. Last slide दिखेगा, मेरा email ID था उसमें छूट गया. So this is me, and you can connect LinkedIn or you can connect with me in my WhatsApp or my email ID. And once again, before I sign off, thank you so much for listening to me. Wish you a absolutely wonderful stay in your journey ahead of your PhD. भगवान का कोई मर्जी होगा, आप यहाँ पे आए हैं तो कुछ अच्छा ही होगा आपके साथ. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful session. Moving forward, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Dilip Kumar Bandyopadhyay, Chief Advisor, Founder, President's Office, and Chairman, Amity Law School, a distinguished academician and administrator, widely recognized as a visionary leader in India's education sector, a gold medalist with 2 PhDs in computer applications and management. He has held eminent positions including Dean and Acting Director at IIM Lucknow, Director of the Indian Institute of Forest Management, and Vice Chancellor of GGSIP University and IMS University, Dehradun. He has also contributed extensively to several governments of India, committees, and national academic bodies. May I now request him to address us on ethics in research, creating a mindset for pursuing ethical research.
So good morning, good afternoon rather. Good afternoon to all of you. Don't you not feel that you are the luckiest one as you are sitting in this hall? How many of you feel that you are the luckiest one? All? If you are not, is it so? Or all of you are the luckiest one? Because you see, many of you have cleared NET, got the exemption. Those who have not cleared NET, they have cleared our examination. Then type of interview grilling that you have undergone, you have all cleared that. After clearing that, you have been selected. Are you not the luckiest one? I consider you are the luckiest one. Because MIT's PhDs are now talked about across the globe, not in across the country, but across the globe. In our DRCs, Departmental Research Committees, very eminent personalities from different universities are there. They come and they say, the way MIT is conducting PhDs, we do not conduct at our university. Whether it is at Delhi University, whether it is at IP University, whether it is in Jamia Millia University, I mean, I'm talking about NCR only. I'm not talking about the other private universities. They say that's not the way. Here the PhDs are being conducted. We do not conduct at our universities. So rigorously monitored, so rigorously guided, and the type of advice they get it. So that is the, I would say, that's our unique selling point, USP. Now, Dr. Datta, I think he has vanished. After giving his lecture on AI, it's a very hardcore science he has talked about. I shall take you to another end as a researcher. What actually you should do as a researcher, how to prepare yourself as a researcher. Because I all the time say that the moment you have become a scholar, because you are not a student now, you are a research scholar, it signifies automatically that you demand a transformation. Transformation of your attitude means transformation of your mindset. That I am not going to be the knowledge consumer now, I am going to be the knowledge creator in different fields, in different areas. So my topic essentially are related to that. What are the different types of mindset required for pursuing an ethical research? So my keywords are ethics, keywords are mindset. So my lectures have been divided in three parts. I will just going through very rapidly because I have been given the time by our additional pro-vice-chancellor, sir. Please cut short the lecture. Oh, we are already running late. मैंने कहा भाई मेरा तो ज़्यादा ही समय लगता है. सोनी जी हर वक्त मुझे प्रिक करते हैं, सर आप खत्म करो, सर आप खत्म करो. Nevertheless, so I have tried to give you a small macro view of the future research, then creating mindset for pursuing research, and inculcating ethical dimension while pursuing research. These are the three things that I am trying to talk about today very, very quickly. Future research. Now, all of us know that why do we do the research? Necessity is the mother of invention. Societal needs. Wherever there is a society needs, then essentially people have gone into doing some investigation, going some research, going some innovations and inventions. Whether it is in food, health, transportation, digital economy, communication, household goods, natural disaster, anything you talk about, there is a necessity for conducting the research. Another interesting thing that we know that all the time there is a migration. Why people migrate? For the green pastures. And these migrants, essentially, there is one theory known as instability theory. The instability theory says that if you are unstable, you become more productive. That's the reason you will find a Bengalis outside Bengal, Indian outside India, Punjabis outside Punjab, Biharis outside of Bihar. They all are themselves established. Why? Because survival becomes the necessity for them. If they want to survive, they work hard and then essentially they survive. So the migrants, although only 3% people, all population, they migrate, but they contribute 9% of the world GDP. Just look at the huge dimension they contribute. So instability, that's a factor that I'm on. So as a researcher, if you want to be successful, all the time you feel you are unstable because stability gives you status quo. Then sustained economic growth. The wealth created by the billionaire, they actually found 80% of the research of the major breakthroughs in the past 40 years. That is a statistic, that is the data they say that. Whether it's Harvard, whether it's Harvard, Stanford, or anything you take it, or Berkeley, you can see that all those industrialists, they contributed and 80% of the major took place. Then there is a necessity for the political system, innovative political system for creating the research. Whether it's tax break, appropriate laws, lower market barrier, and so on and so forth. These are the technological breakthrough. But we can see that what is a breakthrough? Transportation, car, airplane, electrical vehicle, refrigeration, air conditioning, microwaves, smart homes, in communication, internet, Wi-Fi, smartphones, 5G network nowadays, then credit cards, ATMs, transfer, money transfer, then wireless payments, health, vaccines, antibiotics, X-ray, nanotech, genomics, to mention the few. So this is the way how you can see the different breakthrough has created different types of societal services. Now, there are ripple effect. So what is the breakthrough we are doing today, or what is the inventions we are making it today, and it travels today faster than the yesteryears. Why I say so? If you just look at the first generation industrial revolution, when the muscles power were converted to the machine power, the boiler's engine, invention of the boiler's engine. And then there was a immense amount of employment generation started taking place. Then second generation of industrial revolutions came, when the production line came, assembly production came, X-ray machine came, antibiotics came. And those breakthroughs essentially generated so much of employment. Now today's world-class universities, if you just look at today, that is the time they got established for providing the manpower to the industries to serve. So any breakthrough, if we just look at, it has its rippling effects, and it just traveled fast in the society, and the gap between first second was much higher, 17th to 18th century. Now the third generation, when it came in 19th century, when the IT was invented, and that again changed the structure of the job profile. It created huge amount of job. And now the fourth generation is in. And we can see the Murray's law. Murray was a famous person. He says that every 2 years, the number of transistors will become double. Meaning thereby, transistor means processing power. The more computers processing power will be much higher. Now today's you can see the artificial intelligence, due to this number of transistors that they have doubled every 2 years. So increase in utility, there's a less cost of DNA sequencing, data storage to AI, to quantum computing. These are the type of ripple effect. So for the what purpose? For providing new goods and services, and also to create a pressure of different social, judiciary, political system to be impacted. Because what used to happen, say 10 years before, if you just look at societal system, judiciary system, political system, they have drastically changed today. So this is all due to this technology. So economic impact of innovation, all of us know it. The tech progress boosts GDP. Now our honorable founder president all the time says that I want to see my country is becoming a superpower. And I was wondering that how he can say that superpower, because he's in the education line. He's producing brilliant students. So what it has got to do with the superpower? Because these brilliant students, when they work, they actually in turn helps in creating the GDPs. The more the GDP is, more the powerful country is. Today we are fourth nations in the world with the highest GDPs. So that is the power that we are talking about. We want to become number 3, then number 2, then number 1. The moment number 1 we become the another superpower like America. So use of innovative tech is essentially, it increases 1 to 1.5% of the GDP. So if you are inventing one thing, and if you make it a breakthrough, and the type of GDP it generates to the tune of 1 to 1.5%. And productivity, essentially, today's productivity, we can see that an hour of labor has become profitable by 30 times. Automation, we all of us know that some job will go and some job will be created. And AI, they will take some job and AI will create more number of jobs. So next bolt, where we are, for all of you, healthcare, telemedicine, DNA data storage. Energy, scale storage of renewable energy. Retail industry, 3D printing already in. Digital wallets, autonomous taxis, collaborative robo. What is the resultant impact going to be? So there is going to be huge amount of new business creation, new tools and techniques, and subsequently, when there is a technological change, when there is a pressure, it is going to really impact our mind. So today we can see that new challenges are coming to the human mind. Psychological impact. And in US, in Europe, 80% of the people that need to visit the psychiatrist. That is the statistic, that's the data. The technological side, it's not all the bliss. There is also something that we have to understand it. So what is the characteristic of a research mindset? What is mindset? Mindset is one's attitude, your own attitude, not somebody else. What I'm telling you that, my attitude is going to be your attitude, but it is your own attitude. You have to analyze, you have to think and feel rather than what one can and one cannot. There is a famous theory now. Previously, people used to think that matter how hard you work, your intelligence state at the same level. Because as if the intelligence God has given to you is the same. But now it is being believed that everyone has the same chance of being just as brilliant as the next person. So never feel that you are inferior to anybody. You can be equally talented or equally brilliant or equally contributing like anybody else. It depends upon your attitude. And that's the word I'm trying to harping upon. Please look at yourself, question yourself all the time, ask yourself that I can do it. Now just look at, I give you some examples. The Churchill, he repeated great during elementary school, but became the very, very effective prime minister. Then Beethoven, his teacher called him a hopeless composer. But look at his contribution. Because he again understood him, he said, look, I can do it, I can make it, and I will do it. Tolstoy, he was dropped out from the college, but he was described as both unable and unwilling to learn. You know that who is Tolstoy? Who is Tolstoy? Huh? Huh? He is a writer. And just look at how he got it. Tales of the Two Cities. I think many of you have read it, and you must read it if you have not read it. Now, look at Einstein. Einstein's teacher said that he was academically subnormal, but he became the famous scientist. Michael Jordan, and he says that I will fail over and over and over again. And talent wins games, but teamwork and intelligence wins championship. I can accept failure. Everyone fails, but I cannot accept not trying. This is the, again, requirement of a mindset for research scholars. Never ever accept the failure. Keep on trying. So Walt Disney, he was told that he lacked creative imaginations. Just see that. One type of statement or one type of perception they generated, but subsequently they proved themselves, all of them are wrong, and they are able to create something which people still remember today. Now, Benjamin Barber, he says that I do not divide the world, I divide the world into learners and non-learners. So learning is the most important thing. Please go on, learn. Because if you start feeling yourself that I am weak, then he says that I don't divide the world into weak and strong, or successes and failures. I only divide the world
landlords and non-landlords. And you know that Benjamin Barber, he was an American political theorist and author known for his 1996 bestseller Jihad versus McWard. Now imagine, so if those people were not always as amazing, what would have happened? And we want you become that amazing. Forget about your past, what you have done it. Now start thinking, I am now a research scholar, what I can do, what figure I will make to myself. That's the level of confidence I am talking about. So geniuses are not born brilliant. They are really good at keep trying when things are tricky and trying new things to bring their work better. That's the conclusions. Now I come back to the key research mindset traits. Curiosity, critical thinking, objectivity and open-mindedness, systematic and methodical approach, persistence and patience. I will explain one by one quickly. Curiosity, a strong desire to ask why, how, and what if. If you forget to do that, you will be deceiving yourself. Anything you should, don't accept it as a researcher. You ask why. Why should I accept it? The moment you ask this question, essentially it will lead you to find an answer. Example, why a policy succeeds in one region but fails in another region. Those who will be doing the research in the economics area or management area. If it works in Gujarat area, why it does not work in Assam? Or why it does not work in Bengal? Why? And how it works? And what if I do something else? What will happen? This is a basic fundamental quality or mindset of a curiosity and inquisitiveness. Now, critical thinking. Train your mind, like AI you are talking about, train your machine learning. Train yourself to analyze, evaluate, and synthesize. And what are the key skills required? Logical reasoning, skepticism versus without cynicism. Cynicism has no place. Skepticism without cynicism and logical reasoning. The buzzword is a logical reasoning. Objectivity and open-mindedness, willingness to accept results even when they contradict. So, respect multiple perspectives. You may have one perspective, somebody else may have other perspective. So start respecting, but integrity in interpretation and reporting is the most important thing while you talk about objectivity and open-mindedness. You don't accept it just like that. You question that and then accept the results, even if it contradicts with your expectations or with your done. Now, systematic and methodical, which is the general buzzword for any researcher, structured process. I'll give you some example. Problem identification. How do you identify the problem? What methodology you are going to adopt? What data you are going to collect? What analysis you will be making to do it? And what is the conclusion you will be making it? Systematic and methodical approach. And that's the reason we shall be giving you, I think, 14 credit coursework, where we will be teaching you in research methodology, in quantitative techniques, these techniques of methodology, data analysis, and conclusion. So outcome, research that others can verify and build upon. So if you have got the structured approach, and if it is written properly in the form of an article or a paper or a thesis, so that others can see it, others can verify it, and further build it upon. Persistence and patience. So research involves failures and revisions. The truth is, good research often takes time. That's the reason we give you 3 years on a particular problem. The good research takes some time. Remember it. Don't try to do something just running through, going through, but try to verify it, try to examine it, and then you can just settle down. So some example I like to give quickly, that ISRO Chandrayaan missions, and they persisted it. And finally, they got succeeded. Persistence. That's a mind. That's the trait of mind. Green revolution. What is the trait? Societal responsibility. Scientists felt that they have a responsibility. Systematic agricultural research ensured food security. That was the problem. But they succeeded. And what is the trait? They followed societal responsibility. Covaxin. When Covaxin, that COVID-19 came, rapid research balanced with ethical trials and transparency. What are the trait? Ethics under pressure. They have never withdrawn the ethics, but they quickly adopt the ethics in the research. So that's another trend. Human Genome Project, global collaboration, open science transform medicine. What is the key trait? Collaboration. So every researcher should have a collaborative mind. Then IPCC, climate change, intergovernmental policies for climate change. So evidence and synthesis guides global policy despite political pressure. Trump says, I don't care what you are doing it. I don't care for zero emissions. But IPCC said that we are doing it because we have the objectivity. And they are carrying on and they are funding it. Now, why ethics in research matters? Because research shapes knowledge, all of us know it, policy and society. Without research, you cannot create a new knowledge. Without research, you cannot create any policies. Without research, the society's governance cannot take place or societies cannot develop. And ethical lapses damage trust and creativity, trust and credibility. Say, for example, somebody has funded your project. And while you are carrying the research, you are not following the ethics. Then you will lose the credibility, you lose the trust, not only in the eyes of your guide, not only in the eyes of your DRC chair, FRC chair, but also in the eyes of the funding agencies. Be careful about not to have any ethical lapses. Then protect participants, researchers and institutions. You should not do any activities which will bring a damage to your persons from whom you are collecting the data, that be participants of your exercises or research exercises, other researchers, or the institutions where you are working. And all the time ensures integrity, reliability, and social responsibility. These are the 4 points that must be kept in mind for conducting research. Now, what is research ethics? Moral principles, and distinguishes right versus wrong, applies across discipline, and goes beyond compliance to values. It is just not the compliance. It is the value system that you are possessing it. I will not do it. I will give you some example where generally researchers, they just know. So essentially, the core ethical principles are the honesty, integrity, objectivity, respect, and accountability. And all those things we try to see within you. We want you should be honest. We want your integrity will be beyond doubt. You have to have a objectivity, and you have to have a respect for the system, respect for your colleague, respect for your guide, respect for your institutional governance system, and you yourself should be accountable. These are the things we are telling you because this orientation program, you must know it. So some ethical issues that come, fabrications, falsifications, plagiarism, inadequate informed consent, breach of confidentiality, conflict of interests. Now just look at fabrication means making up of data. So you have not, say for example, Dr. Das has given you some experimentation for doing it. And he wants that you should at least repeat the experiments about 21 times. You have to leave. You just do it 15 and then you extrapolate it. This you will be cooking up the data. So it's a making up of data, which is not acceptable. Falsification, manipulating data or methods. Plagiarism, using other works without credit. So you are taking somebody, one famous researcher was working on the genetically modified Repsid. He just stolen the result of a research scholar. Ultimately, he was caught, and then he was put behind the bar. And this happened in Delhi. So, fabrications, there's another interesting point. You cannot fabricate any result. You cannot alter any data because it is not coming up as per your hypothesis. It is not coming up as per your objective. It is not coming up as per your expectation. So, are you going to alter the data for that purposes? Certainly not. If you do it, essentially you are fabricating the data. Similarly, plagiarism I already explained to you. So, create ethics as a habit, not as a checklist. Critical self-reflection all the time. Courage to report unethical practices. If you see your colleagues are making some unethical practices, you have to bring it to the notice of the higher authority. Sir, he is trying to bring a bad name to my lab, bad name to the institution, my universities. And commitment to lifelong ethical learning. The moment you are a research scholar, you have to have a commitment that throughout my life is going to be lifelong learning. So, what is the compliance to culture? Moving beyond rules, building trust, and ethics is the foundation of excellence. So, what are the key takeaways? Ethical research ensures credibility, misconduct harm individuals and society, ethical mindset must be cultivated early, shared responsibility of all stakeholders. These are the key takeaways that I have talked about. Research mindset determines research quality. Ethics and integrity are non-negotiable. Research must serve society and future generations. So, what is the reflection that you will be making? What kind of researcher do I want to be? How will I uphold ethics in my work? You have to ask yourself, nobody else. Now, it is going to be a metaphor of success for your life. You are a free bird, you can fly in search of a good food, in search of a good result, in terms of search of good invention, good innovations. And certainly that good result, good innovation brings you good recognition. And that will bring you the success. So, positive thinking, full focus, power to analyze information to give new conclusion, go-getter attitude, identification of problem which you want to research, literature review is the essence of any good research, and wherever there is any gap in the literature review, study that particular area, maybe you would end up finding a new path-breaking concept. That's the most important thing, please remember it. Disintegrate, your problem is a big, so disintegrate the problems into small problems and then solve them. Convert your research for societal benefits. Now, nowadays we are all talking about every research you have to show at the conclusion that how your research is going to bring some societal benefits, either in terms of the policies or in terms of the goods or in terms of the services. The convert your research, apart from written work, focus on development of your research product to create a practical impact on society. Be curious, try finding mistakes in existing models and invention, etc., and do research to improve them. Do not care about end result in research because your research is valuable and will never be wasted. Because whatever research you are doing, if there is a negative result, that itself is a research. So, what you are trying to do it, divide the problem, big problem, smaller problem. This is one of the model just now I am proposing. So, for yourself, prepare a timeline chart for a full-time scholar. That first semester what you will be doing, what second semester you will be doing, third semester what you are going to do, fourth semester what you are going to do, fifth semester what you are going to do, sixth semester what you are going to do, so that you finish up your work within no time. And you yourself you are monitoring. So we say that a research scholar should be a self-controlled, self-governed person. Why? Guide will remind them. Why? The department will remind them. The themselves remind them, change the guide, change the work, change the research. And similarly for part-time also, I have tried to give some sort of a guideline, but this is as for me. You can change your own guidelines. But you have to have a timeline chart so that you finish it up 3 years and 3.5 years. Target should be like that. And work plan, every semester you must prepare a work plan. What I'm going to do in this semester. Generally we ask in the DRC meeting, but nevertheless you must prepare it. So, in conclusion, the whole of science is nothing more than a refinement of everyday thinking. It is Albert Einstein says that it's a refinement of everyday thinking. So, for you, new sun is rising and you have to wake up, take a call, breathe freely, walk freely, think freely, and start contributing in the field of research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for emphasizing the importance of integrity and responsibility in scholarly work. Next, it's my honor to invite Professor B.C. Das, Chairman, University Research Council and Dean Health and Allied Sciences, a renowned molecular oncologist who has made exceptional contributions to cancer research, tumor virology, human genetics, and mutation research, with a distinguished career spanning nearly 5 decades and over 280 research publications in reputed international journals. He has worked with Nobel laureate Professor Harald Hussein at the German Cancer Research Center, Heidelberg, and pioneered human papillomavirus research in India, a recipient of the President's Gold Medal, Dr. B.C. Rai National Award, J.C. Bose National Fellowship, and ICMR's B.R. Ambedkar Centenary Award. I request him to deliver his talk on why, what, and how to do research.
अभी दिया नहीं हो इसका है आज का डेट में देखो ये टाइटल में होगा हाँ भेजिए आज का डेट का है ना So good evening, everybody. I think everybody is awake. So it is too much talk for us in a day after lunch, heavy lunch. So please be awake. So far you have so many expert lectures or colleagues, and they are stalwart in their field, and you had lot of informations of the, including our honorable, started with our honorable Vice Chancellor. So first of all, with the blessings of our founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and our dynamic Chancellor, and the honorable Madam Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Malvinder Shukla, and our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, their guidance and inspirations. And I welcome you and congratulate you all the newly recruited PhD students for this January session of 2026. So I also thank you for your to your parents and to your well-wishers and grandparents and all our teachers that they have given the advice and then you have taken the admission here, and I think you have done a wise decision, but the research has to be done by you.
So everything depends on you. But even an institute is a, or an organization is a very good organization, it is not necessary that you will come out with a excellent research. But every possibility that you will come out as successful. If someone gets a admission in the Harvard University, that everybody cannot be a top level scientist, but you can certainly get your PhD and you can come out in your career. So, but it is important and it is, I congratulate for the choosing your career to sign in Amity University for your research and innovation because you have done all the degrees, but now it is the degree that is not achieved by your, what do you call it? It is not achieved by reading and you get the degree. But after the end of that, you read and give the examination and you get the degree. But here it is not reading, by doing something or generating some new discovery, new knowledge. So that is what we will discuss. So far you had all the orientation information, background, but now I would invite you to come to your workbench. How to go ahead, that is why it is, the title is like that why and what and how to do research. Why you want to do research, what research you want to do, and how to do research. So we will very quickly go from this, that this is, I told you that what is research? You have heard a lot. It is nothing but a thinking process. How do you think? If you don't develop the thinking mind, that is just reading and writing and examination and passing out. Here it is no reading out, but you have to read, you have to learn, because to write a, or start a thesis work, you have to, if you are given a topic, you have to know what is previously done in this page. Then only you will be able to design your study. So that will come slowly. To generate novel ideas supported by existing knowledge, that's what I was telling, to innovate and create a new knowledge or discovery or discover something. So through systematic investigation, experimentation, if you are a biological scientist or a medical scientist, to become a young scientist, or rather scientist, that young scientist that you want to, you have developed, then you feel that I am a scientist, I can discover something. So that is what, and that you publish in a reputed journals. So research means re-examination. That is to search again, to find something new by thinking and asking questions differently. So it is not out of the box thinking. So if you elaborate the research, it could be, it has some meaning, following meaning, that I have given to this, that R is orient or to rethink. Orient yourself, reorient now. And E is the enthusiastic. You should be enthusiastic for your research, that you are going to develop or discover some model, something new device or new medicine, whatever in your field, or new law, new business model, like that. So, and you should be happy or satisfied that I am doing this thing. You should not be remain unhappy or something what is going to know. You should be very positive minded. So efficient, you should think and do things efficiently, not leisurely, and then you should be ambitious. You should, ambition should be there, and that you become a big scientist or something. You should think of, you will be big persons in your life, and responsible. Whatever data you generate or whatever new discovery you should be able to defend it. You should be responsible for that, and you should remain happy. Most important is remain happiness. That is cheerful. C for cheerful, H for hopeful. You should hope everything that it will be fine. So what is the difference between the PhD doctor or the doctor of philosophy that you are ultimately going to get in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, anytime, or 6 years? It depends on you. So, but undergraduate and postgraduate degree that you have got, that is earned after learning of the existing knowledge, what is already known in the books you read and published and written the examination and passed out and get the degree. But PhD degree earned after discovering new knowledge and doing research in your field of in your field. How to do the fund research? It's a creative and systematic work on a scientific problem and specific problem or the hypothesis to create a new knowledge. It may be involving human, plant, animals, technology, business model, disease, culture, society, if you have social science persons, and that to study that are studied to discover new appliances or applications, outcomes, device, drugs, process, anything, something new. Think out of box to create, discover something new. So this different fields, you can see these slides, I do not read out. So there are several things you can do in your field. So something new you discover, and that's why if it is not new, it cannot be published. It is not that you have to make a great discovery that you get a Nobel Prize. No, you do some minimum possible new things so that the paper can be published. Otherwise, if there is no new information, paper will not be published. And in Amity, you need 2 papers to publish and 2 conference to be attended. So why do you want to do the research? The question comes, you have already decided in your mind and come and taken all this journey to come to Amity, pay the fees, and you are here to the orientation day. You have fulfilled your initial the journey. Now you will enter into the research and it will start your coursework and other things. So I will not go into detail, you will know that, and it will be told to you how to go about it. It's become a specialist scientist in your field. You want to be a scientist in your field, or you want to discover a new knowledge for benefit of the humanity and society. It is not for you only. If you discover something, you will be the first beneficiary, and then your department, then your university, then your country. So this is how it goes. But first beneficiary, always remember, you are doing research for your things and your benefit, rather I would say. And if you get any your laurels or the awards you bring, that is first beneficiary you, and rest is all the world, all over. So all research must be social relevance, social responsibility, because if you discover drug, it will go to the patients and all. So many of these example I will draw from biomedical sciences because I belong to that discipline. So knowledge is indispensable for improving the quality of life, whichever form. It can be artificial intelligence, it can be social science, it can be any type, business model, anything. And generation both personal or engineering or anything. So generation of the both personal and national name, fame and wealth. That is all covers. So that you should be aware of how to do research. The first and foremost, but the most difficult job is to identify your appropriate guide. But 6 months you will do your coursework, that time you will do the activity. You have to give the guide preference and all. So that you will do 1 month after this joining here. So during this your the study period. So identify the appropriate guide and supervisor and relation between, and this is the most important thing. If you do a good guide selection and good topic selection, 50% work is done. This is so the relation between this must be known at this age of that there is Guru Sishya things are not here anymore. So that, but then in this age also, that relation between PhD student and the guide is lifelong, and we have done that. We remember our guide. You might remember your many teachers, but guide and student relation for a PhD, it is lifelong. You will be needing every time his or her support and recommendations for a postdoc, for a positions anywhere. It will be very important to remember these relations. The major steps of the research, how to do research, they brainstorm the ideas with guide and select specific problem or a topic of research, review already existing literature and theory on the topic. It is exactly the step you need to follow. That generate hypothesis and ask key questions. What are the questions with that? That's why we ask always, anybody proposes anything, what is the research question? That is, you have to find out the research question, which will form your objectives. And objectives, if you are clear, then your title also come on the title you have decided or think of. Then with the basis that the objectives will be also. Remember, the objectives are not methodology. Always, I will do this by technique. It is not objectives at all. What you achieve, that is to be the objectives. And objectives are achieved by using the methodologies. So it is not the objectives, right? You methodology. Choose research methodology and design experiments approaches to get answers of the research questions or objectives. So carry out experiment, trial, field study, or whatever study, data collection, anything, and study design after ethical and safety clearance, whichever required. There is a need for ethical clearance. So you should remember, if the human subject is involved, even you do not do experiment on human subject, if you ask the questionnaire, public health persons or somebody, social science, it is needed to have the ethical clearance when the human subject is involved. You may ask something personal or privacy question which is unethical. So that's why even the questionnaire study, the public health study or social science study, if the human subject is involved, you have to take the permission of the ethics, human ethics. So that is institutional committee ethics. All the committees are in place in Amity. So collect data, results, repeat experiments to check the reproducibility and validity of the data, and then fraudulent data and the plagiarism should not be there. So analyze the and interpret the data, and then carefully, very carefully, and then present the research data in the conferences, somewhere and symposia, or write the form of you write the abstract there, and then write the paper. Ultimately, you have to write a paper. It is important that a student write the draft of the paper and gives to the, that is the rule, and give to the guide. And guide will give you the guidelines how to go about and how to write it, and you see the papers which is published in your field. So analyze and present the research results in the conferences, symposia, and write in the form of paper or report and publish in a peer-reviewed journal. Remember it. These things will be told later when the course running. I will take up that, and others also will contribute, and other speakers. The high impact journals, generally you opt for a high impact to your standard. You have to see, and with the help of the guide, and published by known or reputed journals, not in predatory journal. This is a problem nowadays. That's why I am emphasizing that. And non-reliable journal. You have to find out how to select the journals to publish. You should have the respect for your work. You cannot afford to publish your so many days, months, or years publish work in a fabricated journal or predatory journal. So then you will suffer, and Dr. Soni will say you do not fulfill the criteria, it doesn't see in the net, so you cannot go for a PhD seminar. So this is, he is the person who will control there. So we should be very careful. So refrain from research misconduct, fabrication of the data, falsification of the results, plagiarisms in proposing or performing or collecting research data, or in reporting research. I am not giving that you may collect 10 people data, 0 has no value, you add that I have collected 100. So this is not the way. You can do anything which will not be able to know people. But biological science data, if you do something, manipulation in pictures or data, particularly pictures, or the, we have to prepare the medical or the biomedical science or biotechnology science. So these, they cannot do it. It will be cut nowadays. And there is the age of AI now. So appropriation on another person's idea or processes results in the figure or in without giving appropriate credit to the original authors. If you take something original authors, you have to refer that author, the reference. You will be knowing how to write references and all. You need not to worry if you give the reference. You have taken something, and before you submit thesis, it will be checked by the plagiarism in the university level, and you will get a certificate. Then only you will be able to submit the thesis, and then this thesis is uploaded in Sodh Ganga. So it will go to the everybody's look. So if you do something wrong thing, they will criticize you. That will your bad name to you as well as to the university and to the guide and a department everywhere. Violation of ethics, private authorship and conflict of interest, this will be retaught in your subject. I will be taking that subject. UGC has recently introduced, and it is 2020, and then it 10 quality mandates. You should remember, that's why I have given here consortium of academic and research ethics there. We have here, but it is slowly going on. But then this ethics clearance, the care committee, what are the duty of the guidelines of the care committee is that the international committee is called COPE, the Committee on Publication Ethics, COPE. But here in the country we call it as a care. So it is a to promote high quality research publications in reputed journals, to gain quality research and publication in higher education institutes, to study design and all these, that ethical approval, data collections, authorship, conflict of interest, peer review, redundant publication, research misconduct, publication, PTT journals, it is not prohibited and there should not be plagiarisms. So research problem or the topic selection, how do you go about it? The good research largely depends on the type of problem or the topic selected. 50% of the work is done, job is done when you find a good problem and a good topic. A good topic or a problem could be difficult to find, but how to select a good topic or a topic of research? It is an old problem, it could be an old problem or it could be a new problem. Usually, new problem have more opportunity, and how to find innovative research problems or the topic, new solution to the old problems. Something old problem is there, but you want to get a new solution to that, an improved solution. For example, one drug, cancer drug is there, that is lot of side effects, and so you want to bring it to the drug for that cancer which is less side effects. So that is you are doing the known things, but you are improving upon that. So that could be a research. So new solution to the old problems, the classical problems, completely a new program. You develop a new drug completely for a cancer or a diabetes or anything, and completely a new area or discipline you can select in your area. So good and bad research problems. Good research problem that after your research, remember just think what I am telling. After your research, many people will be doing it, and you have opened the door. Something you have new things started area, and all people are following, like AI research. When AI came, so everybody is now doing AI. So this type of research, but you cannot do in a big way, but you can have a small way, something you have developed, discovered something, some area that everybody follows. But it also be possible after your research, nobody can improve it. You have closed the door. You can open the door, you can close the door. So that is your credibility. So that could be your good research. And research paper which is cited by majority scientists, if you after publication in your field, people will cite your paper. And if nobody reads it, nobody cites it, it means your research is not good. So that is dependent on the type of journal you publish. If it is a very unknown journals or predatory journal, nobody will read that. And if you publish in a good journal like Nature or Science or like that, everybody will read that journals. I'm giving the highest journal, but it is not need to be every subject has their good journals in their field. Bad research problem, nobody will follow your research and nobody cares for your research. Nobody reads or cites your research work, no poor and the poor citation. But then you say, what does it matter? I have my publication. But you will feel the problem. I will come in the last also, that you have the degree, but you don't have a good publication. So you will not have the chance in the abroad for postdoc or a placement or a job in India. So in your field. So that is a important thing. I will come with the last comments on that. Additional comment. Basically, research can be of two types, or there may be many types: basic research and applied research, or translation research. It can be like lab to land, people say that point of care study where the bench to bedside, that there are many types of study. You will come to know that this is, I am deriving the examples from the biomedical sciences, and it can also be quantitative research, qualitative research, clinical research, or field research, public health, or transdisciplinary research. So one should have, why should we do research? So the motivation is drive is most important. Your motivation, your drive, that will give you get going. So inner drive is a strong motivation or willpower you should have. And where there is a will, we know there is a way. So if it is not coming, there should be some failure because you are doing some new venture, new knowledge creation. So always there would be some failure in the beginning, but you should have the motivation or drive intact. Curiosity and sense of excellence and success in life. So you have a curiosity, I want to solve this problem, bring something new knowledge in the society which will be beneficial for the society people and all. So strong ambition, excitement, dedication to innovate and discover. Research mind, that is already told their mindset. The research mind, you should create your research mind, and scientific temperament. We call it a scientific temperament. Think differently but rationally, and feasibility, that you think something which is not feasible. So that you should not think that the building the castle in the air, that is not right. So you have to see that I can do it here. So that has to be seen, that is discussed with the guide, and they do that. External drive, getting a degree, ultimately you are going to degree, and name and fame, you will write a doctor degree in front of you, and that will lead to a higher career. So appreciation of the parents, teachers, friends, relatives, and peers. So this is what you will achieve, that is your drive. So you must I know the leading research. And so when you start research, you should know who are the big people or the big contributor in your field who have done great research in technology or engineering or medicine, business management, the topic you are working, who is working. You can go to the Googles, you have a world in your pocket. So the Android phone, so you can take, we can type and get the information who are in this field contributed. So you can attend the conferences, you can meet those people, and who knows, the he or she may be your examiner in future. So he may be your, when you become a scientist or a faculty, when you write a project, he or she may be your evaluator of the project. So making the contact with the scientist, senior scientist in your field of research. So this is different field I have told, but in your field everybody should connect. When you join research, when I joined long back 50 years back, when I did in PhD research, I connected first to know who are working in my field of genetics. So that was the temperament, that you should know who are working in your field and who have, and they have done in different contributions. So that gives you the information that who are in the field working in India or abroad. So how to select? To proceed your PhD, ask this question: how to select? These are the few questions summarized here. How to select or identify your research guide and research topic? What are the key questions or the objectives? What are the novelty of this, or what is the novelty of your project or the research project or research questions or the title? How do you go ahead with your research? And how to take care of the ethics, and how do you collaborate with the experts if there is a need, or others in the university campus or outside or Delhi NCR or elsewhere or abroad, to get the best results, and think, investigate, discover, and publish or patent. We have a permanent patent cell here. You need not to do anything. You have to submit the things and they will do everything for you. And research solution, you have to give all the inputs. And research scholars are different because they think differently. You have to think from today itself that you are scientist. You are thinking differently than others. So you are going to be a you are the scientist in making. So you should think differently and orient your mind scientifically to become a thinker and a successful researcher, because this is your aim. There is a 5 phases of research. You may have 3 years and private part-time candidate has a 3.5 years, but it will take not less than 5 years. It is very rarely that they do in 4 years or something, but if you can do it, well and good. But in 3 years or 4 years, but we take it as this I have borrowed when I was in German Cancer Research Institute, Heidelberg in Germany. I brought this information that every lab door it is pested. So I noted that and I brought it with me and I share with you that first year is a enthusiasm and imagination. Oh, I will be doctor, I will be scientist. You will be now also when you have joined, you will be thinking that, oh, I will be great and I will do great science and all. It's good. This is the right. But second year, you are got the your title of the thesis and the objectives and finalize. You are at the research. So you are excited and very excitement, extremely busy and schedule you are running here and there, going there, the experiment and running with the tray on anything. Those who are biomedical science researcher are too busy. If you ask something or your colleagues ask something, oh, I don't have time. So I am busy, I am doing some experiment. So it is the busy schedule goes for the second year and third year, and it's third year, you at the end of the third year, you get a disillusionment, means panic. 3 साल हो गया मेरा, अभी 3 साल तो minimum registration period, and I do not have a single paper yet. I don't have a draft also ready for my guide, and you must have given, somebody must have given some draft to guide, and he is looking or she is not looking at it. So you start blaming the guide. So guide is not looking my thesis first paper, and you start blaming your colleagues in the lab that you have spoiled my experiment, or you have stolen my data from the computer or something that you start blaming. So blame games start at 4th year. So सबको गड़बड़ बोलने लगते हैं और गाइड को ब्लेम करने लगते कि मैडम कि सर देखते ही नहीं है, मेरा देर हो रहा है, ये हो रहा है. That comes with the problem. So it is a regular problem. We feel it, we know it many a times. There is a misunderstanding with the guide and they leave also sometimes. So this is, we try to make them that a lot of cases comes. So, but ultimately it comes to the end that you do all the problem, you overcome and you submit your thesis, you get the approval from the professor, sorry, and then you have the seminar, pre-PhD seminar, submit the thesis, and you get your ODC is over, and then you get a degree ultimately, and you write doctor. Then, but then, in writing the name, but unsure of the future. Who is unsure of the future? Why you are unsure? This is the critical thing. Just 1 or 2 slides. So that got the PhD, but still unsure of the future. Why? Because you have got the, one of my colleagues said this thing, I am sharing with you, that you have got the passport, लेकिन US का visa नहीं है, visa नहीं मिला, तो visa क्या हो? Where from visa will come means your publication, that is important. You have got the degree, but what is about publication? Not to worry. If you have made your career strong with knowledge and skills, you know your subject, you are knowledgeable in your field, you should feel that I am second to none in my field of research. And because you will do very selective in the field. So some area where you should be very specific that you are knowledgeable enough and you have good publications, able to publish good papers in high impact journals. But even if you have got your PhD, if you don't have good publications and you are not very expert or the knowledgeable enough in your field, so good publication is the most important to reach your goal. So that is, passport without visa is not, it is useless. So you have to have a good publications. So it is, future is really unsure. So concentrate in your research from the day one, that I will come out with good research and I should not repent later on. So this is what my advice, and this is the generally happens. And there are, you should be careful of the predatory journals, but one thing still remains. At the end of the day, you should be a good human being. Amity provides, I will not elaborate it, Amity provides because our Honorable Founder President wants that each person should have a successful story. So this is scholars or each student should have a successful story. He wants to see everybody successful in their career. So that's why, but you should be a, after all, you might be a great scientist, the gold medalist or anything, but you should have a good human being. So that is our founder president's main motto, that you be knowledgeable and good scientist, good faculty or good researcher, but you should be a good human being. So Amity provides an excellent ecosystem for this. What is that? Try to know it. So after all, life is a race against life and career. That is what I always say, and this is my personal advice in this, that but try to follow the real meaning of the race. What is race? Race, though. So what is race? R is respect. First thing is the respect yourself. You as an individual, you should have a self-respect. You should not tolerate that somebody says that you have done useless work. Or that should not be. You should be able to defend. So that is, respect yourself first, then the parents, teachers, and seniors, wherever, and all the senior people and relations, you should have the respect to them. So, and then it is the personal, that is the, it is also part of the ethics, human ethics. So, and then A is the attitude. So, if somebody shows attitude, we say that, oh, that guy has an attitude, I don't want to mix with it. So, or her. So, that is the, always have a positive attitude. So, that is, it will take to you a long way. And C is the cooperate. Try to your best to cooperate with the colleagues, guides, parents at home, those who are married, with the family, husband. This is the most important thing, and the workplace also with the colleagues. So then last is not the last but the least, that the excellence. E for excellence. That is only way to success, and there is no compromise on this. So you should remember this, and it is individual to individual how you take it. So take home message is that develop strong willpower to discover something novel through your research. Set a high goal, strive for excellence only, but you may success, you may start with the 100%, but you will get 80, 90 certainly. And strive for excellence, that's why only, and think, investigate and discover. Ensure ethics in the research. Success has no shortcuts. So if it is needed to work out, you have to work out, you have to work hard, you may extend time, but if it is there is a success, it has no shortcuts. Create new knowledge, wealth. This knowledge will bring you wealth, because if you are knowledgeable, if you are good publication, you get a placement, you get a job, you also earn money and run your family or anything. Serve the society and serve the nation. So this is the best thing, and thank you so much, and wish you all the best for shaping your career at the MIT University. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking session. Thank you so much. To guide us through the policies, procedures, and expectations, I invite Professor Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean Faculty of Biosciences and Biotechnology. With over 27 years of teaching and research experience, he completed his Ph.D. from Punjab University and postdoctoral research at the University of Kansas Medical Center, USA. A fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry and the Royal Society of Biology, his research focuses on kidney stone pathogenesis and medicinal plants. I request him to deliver the session on Introduction to PhD Regulations and Guidelines. Tandon sir, please.
Thank you so much. Very good evening to all of you. Morning bhi hoga, afternoon bhi hoga, good evening. Which is the last program of today? Do you know anyone? So quiz we are postponing to tomorrow. Are you happy? Now be alert because the topic which is going to be coming now is very, very important for all of us. So I hope if you are partly asleep, please get up. If you're fully asleep, be very alert. Okay, so I'll start with, now the very important part. These are all the FRCs, we call it Faculty Research Committee. You can see your various domains here. We have 15 domains. I'll quickly go through a few things. These are details of the PhD degree awarded till 2025. Data is right in front of you. I promise I'll be very brief, but you need to help me to do that. Okay. These are the year-wise number of PhD programs running at your university, AUP, Noida. We have 100 PhD programs. These are the list of these programs. You can go through these programs at any point of time. Dr. Soni, I guess these slides will be shared with all the scholars. Okay, so I'll be sticking only to be very focused. This is the PhD process. Starting with admission, second comes enrollment, registration. This is going to be the first semester. Allocation of guide, co-guide, constitution of RAC. RAC is I'll just tell you what you can just guess and let me know what RAC is. Keep on thinking till we come to it. Coursework and approval of conduct of classes, I shall be explaining you. Submission of synopsis and approval of research topic. SPR, very commonly called here, you will get to know what SPR is soon, semester progress report. And registration of the second semester onward, and this submission which everyone is aiming for. We are also aiming for that. We want all of you to successfully submit your thesis. And eventually the award of degree in the convocation. So this is about the duration of the PhD program. As you can see, for the full time, how many of you are full time here? Just raise your hands. Okay, thank you, thank you. Rest are of course part time. For full time, minimum duration as per UGC is, you know what UGC is? University Grants Commission is 3 years, 3 years only, right? And the maximum duration is 6 years. So try to aim to finish your PhD within 3 years if possible, because this possibility doesn't depend upon your own wish. This depends upon how good your research is, and research is judged by publications. You need to have 2 publications. I'll be telling you we are divided into 3 different categories based on the institutions. So wait for that. For the part-time scholars who didn't raise their hands, the minimum duration is 3.5 years and maximum is 6 years. Mode of PhD program. So full-time scholars, just go through it. A full-time PhD scholar shall mean a candidate devoting his or her full time for completing the requirements of the program. Full-time PhD scholars are required to be available in the campus from 9 to 5:30 p.m. every week. This is what the official timing is. But for PhD scholars, if you ask me, there is no specific time, there is no ceiling. Whatever you want to do your research, whatever your research mandate is, so sometimes you'll have to be in the lab for maybe till 6 or 7, depending upon your nature of work and with the permission of your guide and your HOI, head of institute. Part-time scholar means a person in the PhD program devoting a part-time of research. Part-time scholar, when I'm very sure when all the FRCs, when you were interviewed, when you were selected finally, at that point of time, you must have been told what is the meaning of a part-time scholar. Part-time scholar means wherever you are working, that particular organization, institute should have adequate infrastructure to support your research. I hope I'm clear. Part-time scholars, just raise your hand. Dil kar raha, aapka haath bhi dekhne ko sabko. Good. So part-time scholars, I hope I'm clear. Wherever you're working, your organization should fully support your work. Of course, you can come here. You'll be coming here for your DRCs, for your RAC, and all other things. Classification of applicants. These are the various classification applicants. Corporate research scholar, we have regular academic staff to the university, we have working teachers outside MIT, non-academic staff of the university, sponsored candidates, self-finance Indian candidates, self-finance foreign candidates. Classification application further to be continued. Junior research fellows, JRFs, SRFs, who are employed in research projects. I remember that when I was also interviewing for bioscience and biotechnology along with my colleagues, Dr. Das and others, there were few candidates who were already working in the research project and they were also interviewed. So I'm very sure few of them, can you raise your hand if anyone happens to be here today or maybe they, okay. So the ones who are working in a project, they are referred to as, depending upon whatever is written in the guidelines of the project, either as JRF and after 2 years they become SRF, or they can also be project assistant or project associate. Then we have MIT research fellow, STF fellow, then scholars from such labs where MIT University has MOU, scholars awarded national fellowship through national competitive exams. Those are the ones who have cleared. You know, there are three categories now which have been made. One is those who are JRF, that means they get their own fellowship along with they call it assistant professorship. Second is the one only assistant professor. Third is only who are eligible for PhD. That is known to all of you whosoever appeared in the exam. Enrollment, date and registration and re-registration. Now look at this slide also. Each scholar shall be required to enroll and register for the PhD program the first semester with a provisional enrollment. Confirmation of registration enrollment for the PhD program only after successful completion of pre-PhD coursework and comprehensive examination. The date of registration in first semester shall be as per the date given in the admission letter. I am pretty sure all of you have got your admission letters, and also as per the academic calendar. Are you aware of the academic calendar, all of you? Yes or no? Yes or no? Perfect. Okay. Candidates should re-register in every semester by the specified date as mentioned in the PhD academic calendar. So PhD academic calendar को आप ध्यान से एकदम अपने एकदम पास रख लें संभालकर. You should be aware of the various dates. The re-registration shall be done in view of the following: fee payment for the semester, completion of the pre-PhD coursework and comprehensive examination. What is a comprehensive examination? All those things, do not worry at all. Since you are now entered MIT University, you will be taken care of by your respective institutes and your respective guides. After the expiry of the maximum period of the PhD registration, candidate will be allowed to register only if an extension of registration is recommended by DRC. DRC मुझे बताना full form क्या होती है? One is small question I've given you. This is not a quiz I'm carrying out, पर वैसे ही बता रहा हूँ. REC बताना क्या होता है? DRC. This is left for you. I'll ask you just थोड़ी देर में. This extension shall be not more than 1 year. Coming to pre-PhD coursework. Each PhD scholar enrolled in PhD programs after master degree, जो आप हैं, सभी नहीं master वाले हैं, maybe few are coming after 4 years of completion, should be required to undertake pre-PhD coursework of minimum 14 credits. So keep this in mind. 14 credits you have to do, which include or which are comprised of 3 compulsory courses. And these 3 compulsory courses are research methodology, quantitative techniques, inko RMQT they are commonly called as. These are 4 credit courses, and then RPE, which Dr. Das was also referring to. And this is a mandatory course which UGC wants each and every scholar must do. They should be earning credits by learning this course, and this is taught by all senior people in our university. This is for 2 credit units as approved by the university, and then comes another area specific course which will be a minimum of 4 credits. As you can see, as the title itself says, area specific course. This simply means whichever domain you are in. I showed you 14 domains, and whichever institute and domain you are in, जो भी area आप लेंगे, उससे specific जो PhD आपका topic होगा, that will be your area specific course, and that will be decided by your DRC. Okay, so DRC क्या होता है? Let me know. Model framework for the PhD programs. Have a look at it. The total has to be total of 14 credits. RM research methodology, QT, quantitative techniques, area specific course, RP, research, publication ethics, 4, 4, 12 plus 2, 14. So mathematics पूरा हो गया, 14 credits. This is the LTP for the breakup and the minimum number of sessions right in front of you. Okay. Each PhD scholar enrolled in PhD programs after 4 years bachelor degree shall be required to undertake pre-PhD coursework of minimum 36 credits as given below. Now this is any student or scholar here who is sitting in this room who has come after completing 4 years. Okay. So this slide at this moment is not applicable to any one of you here, but nonetheless, there must be few students who are perhaps not present. They may be there, right? So this is a slide for them, so I skip this slide. So I should skip this slide also. There's no one. Why to waste time? Time is money. Important points related to coursework. A scholar, very important slide please for all of you. A scholar is expected to have full attendance, that is 100%. In each course, however, a minimum of 75% attendance shall be mandatory for becoming eligible to appear in the end semester examination, which is mandatory for each one of you to go ahead. A maximum of 5% attendance may be condoned by the Vice Chancellor on recommendations of the guide and head of the institution for valid reasons. So my humble suggestion based on our experience is try to have attendance of 100% only. Try not to have a target of 75. If you make a target of 75, then there is nothing called target. There will be a problem, there will be challenges for every one of you. So I would say all of you are very, people who understand everything, you are mature people, you are intelligent. So I would say just aim for 100% only, 99, 95, but not less than 90. Full-time scholars include scholars who already need to repeat it. A candidate will be required to qualify in all course units, including area-specific courses in the first semester itself. Please read this line between the lines. A candidate will be required to qualify in all course units, including area-specific courses, in the first semester itself, but not beyond 1 year from the date of registration for the program. So please keep in your mind this time period. Otherwise, you will be submitting your applications through your guide and HOIs and will coming to PhD office. And Dr. Das was mentioning Dr. Soni. I'm also mentioning Dr. Soni's office because he happens to be our Dean of PhD program. So if Dr. Soni says it rejected, it is rejected. If he says has to be proved, it comes to me. So mostly whatever Dr. Soni says, I approve everything because he is very, very strict person and knows his job very well. The passing criteria in the course shall be 60%, that is grade B plus. So remember this, grade B plus. Absolute grading will be used for the PhD programs, not relative grading. If a scholar fails to get qualifying grade B plus, that is 60% marks in any course, he or she will be allowed promotion to the next semester without batch lowering. However, promotion to the third semester, I again repeat it, however, promotion to the third semester will be contingent upon successful completion of coursework. In case of failure or absence or debarment in the second attempt, I'm talking about the second attempt now, the scholars will be given last chance for which a supplementary examination will be conducted within a month, and failing to clear the coursework in the supplementary examinations, you know what is going to be the result. Not so very interesting and bright. The PhD registration will be cancelled as per university rules. So why think about all those kind of things? But you should be aware of it. That is the idea of telling you this. Okay? The minimum period for PhD scholars who get unsatisfactory remarks on their SPRS semester progress report will be extended depending upon the number of unsatisfactory SPRs. However, the maximum period for completion of PhD program will remain same from the date of registration. I know they बहुत से rules नजर आ रहे हैं आपको. Don't worry, आपके साथ सभी स्लाइड शेयर की जाएगी, आप ध्यान से पढ़ेंगे उनको. The scholars will be required to pay the semester fee even if he or she is retained in the same semester due to unsatisfactory SPR. Coming to comprehensive examination, which is an essential component of the PhD program, each candidate shall be required to take a comprehensive examination after successful completion of, remember I told you 14 credits, which include RM, QT, RP, area specific course in the first or second semester, for the confirmation and enrollment of PhD program depending upon result declaration. The comprehensive examination will test your broad field of research, academic preparation, and potentials to carry out the research work. RAC and DRC. So, what could be possibly the meaning of RAC? Any guess? Any wild guess? क्या हो सकता है RAC? You have seen this slide before. Okay, what is the meaning of DRC? How come they know about it, Soni ji, पहले से? Thank you so much. I'm very impressed. RAC and DRC shall review the research topic, title, synopsis, and semester progress reports of PhD scholars as per academic calendar and update its recommendation on Amazon. What is Amazon? This will be told to you by Professor Soni tomorrow morning. Am I right, Soni? Coming to synopsis, the research topic and synopsis needs to be approved by the guide. Guide means your PhD guide. Dr. Das ji bata rahe se PhD guide is so important. Followed by RAC, DRC and URC. अब मुझे बताना URC क्या होती है? ये जो बैठे हैं सर ये URC के बॉस हैं, Dr. Das, URC chairman. At the end of first semester, but before the registration to second semester, the synopsis of PhD scholar must cover the following. So please have a look at it carefully. धीरे धीरे. First is introduction, rationale of proposed research work. Don't worry, ये सब चीजें आपको आपके PhD कोऑर्डिनेटर, आपके PhD गाइड सब कुछ आपको बताया जाएगा डिटेल में. ये जस्ट मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ. I'm just sensitizing you. You should know about this. Research gaps identified. Research gaps का मतलब simple है, as Dr. Das and others are also mentioning. This is a PhD work. PhD work cannot be on you. You can't carry on with the beaten track जो काम हो चुका है. You need to identify review literature से पढ़कर क्या काम हुआ है based on the topic given to you and what are the gaps. You will do gap analysis. Based on the gaps, you will try to plug those gaps by forming your objectives. Scope of the proposed study, method and design, tentative chapter plan, plan of work, time schedule, and references. Format of cover page of synopsis. This should also be told to you. This is how it looks like. ये आपको सब चीजें स्लाइड में नजर आ जाएंगी and your respective institutes will tell you about it. Don't worry. इसमें आपको कुछ ज्यादा भी समय या रट्टा लगाने की जरूरत नहीं. Coming to SPR. The scholar will be promoted to subsequent semester only if SPR is satisfactory. He or she will be retained in the same semester and continue with the research work. If the semester progress of report failing scholar is unsatisfactory on the first appearance of U grade means unsatisfactory, a warning letter will be issued to the scholar by the chairman of DRC with a copy to his or her guide and the PhD department of AUP headquarters. PhD department वही है जो Professor Soni वाला office है. The scholar will be required to pay the semester fee even if he or she is retained in the same semester due to unsatisfactory semester progress report. If a scholar gets, this is again very important slide, please note it. ये याद कर लो तो better. If a scholar gets 3 U's satisfactory, or 2 successive unsatisfactory U's उस पर लिखा होता है his or her semester progress report, registration will be liable to be terminated. PhD scholars whose SPR are not received within the prescribed schedule are marked fail. Such scholars will not be promoted into the next semester and accordingly the minimum period of PhD will be increased. So why enter into these kind of things? But you should be aware of it. God forbid, कई बार कुछ urgency होती है, so case to case based we will have a look at it based on depending upon the severity of the case and within the framework of the guidelines. SPR, evaluation of SPR by guide, RAC, DRC, URC. satisfactory. Yeah, this is just a, a brief table to show you how it looks like. मैंने इसको पहले आपको बता दिया, so I need not repeat it again. 3 U's लिखा हुआ और 2 successive U's. Process of submission and approval of SPRs. Submission of online SPR by the Ph.D. scholar at the end of each semester Amazon. Don't worry, Amazon आपके लिए कल आ रहा है. This is our very robust internet system, Amazon. Each and everything is there on Amazon, right from your entry, admission, till your degree, award, and the convocation. At the convocation. Recommendations of guide and DRC on SPR. अब तो आप सब ये abbreviation समझ गए हैं. And onward submission to university headquarters for approval of URC क्या होता है? Madam, do you know URC? You told me everything. What is URC? What? Uniform? Yes, University Research Committee. Perfect. Approval of semester report by URC. ये /VC लिखा हुआ वो क्या है? Yes, ये सबको ही पता होता है, Vice Chancellor. Registration of qualified scholars for the next semester. And retaining of the scholars have answered satisfactory progress report. Important points. SPR of the first semester must include research topic, synopsis, your literature. As I told you, ये आपको अच्छे से आपके guides बहुत आपको डिटेल में सब चीजें बताएंगे. Apart from semester progress support, monthly research progress review, which is called as MRPR of all scholars, will be ensured by the concerned guides. This will be a duty of the guides. But as you were told in the morning by our respected Vice Chancellor Madam, please do not 100% depend on guide only. It's not only guide's duty, it is your duty. It is more your duty because your guide will be busy with so many official duties. He will be responsible for doing teaching and so many other administrative activities. It is your duty. Any student, all of us who are sitting here were also PhD scholars before. So PhD scholars should always know more than the guide. क्यों डॉक्टर दास? क्योंकि उनका काम ही सिर्फ एक है PhD scholar का. They should read the literature and give ideas, innovative ideas to the guides, and take his or her mentorship. The scholar may take academic break with permission of the competent authority for a semester. In such case, scholar will get the semester break and will not be required to pay semester fee for the relevant semester. These are all the rules we want to help. We want to help all our scholars. Important points. Apart from semester break, all kind of short leaves will be granted by the concerned HOI, chairperson, DRC. Usually HOI, head of institute, is also the chairperson of DRC, based on the recommendation of concerned guide. The minimum period of scholars will be extended depending on the number of unsatisfactory semester reports or duration of leaves available by the scholar, etc. However, maximum number, this is the point now. However, the maximum period for the completion of PhD program will remain same from the date of registration because we adhere to the UGC guidelines. The scholars who change their research title after second semester with major modification, the minimum time to complete PhD program extended proportionally to enable them to devote adequate time for the new research topic. Usually, PhD we very well know that it's very difficult to decide to zero on a specific title right in the beginning because with the course of time as you progress, you feel that your title might be needing few modifications. So don't you worry on that account. We'll take care of that wherever it is essential. Pre-PhD seminar. Prerequisite for thesis submission. Minimum duration. Completion of minimum duration for full time, as I told you in the beginning itself, is 3 years. Please commit to your memory 3 years. This is the minimum time. For part time, it is 3.5 years. Coursework. Qualified with grade B plus on the coursework, including comprehensive examination, we already discussed. SPR, you already know, so I'm moving to the next slide. Research publication and conference papers. Now, these are very, very important prerequisites for thesis submission. You will agree with me, at UG level or at the PG level, how are you judged or evaluated? Whenever, you go to, you face an interview, you're asked, what is your CGPA? What is your percentage? पूछा जाता है ना किसी भी इंटरव्यू में जाते हैं. PhD के बारे में क्या पूछें? How to evaluate PhD? There is no CGPA or SGPA for PhD. except the first course for examination. So PhD has to be, there has to be some yardstick parameter to judge PhD, quality of PhD. That is the publications. So publications play a very, very important role. Research publications, the scholar before presenting research work in PPhD seminar must have published research papers as per their domain. मैं आपको अभी बताने वाला हूँ ये domain category कौन सी है. There are three categories, first, second and third. Besides above, the scholar must have presented two conference papers in national international conferences. The scholar should always be the first author. Here I would like to spend 30 seconds on it. This is a very, very important part. All of you are PhD scholars. You are those fortunate PhD scholars who have got admission in Amity University, which is a brand name today. Amity University is known for its research, for its innovation. So, having said that, it is you who are working under the mentorship of your guide. Your guide cannot be the first author. If I am having a student, if I tell my student I am going to the first author, that is unethical. You, PhD scholar, should always be the first author. So keep this in your mind. Seminar presentation. Before submitting the long abstract for PhD thesis, scholar will present his work in a seminar in which DRC and other faculty members, PhD scholars and postgraduate students are expected to be present. Publication criteria. Again, very important slide. And you already know about it perhaps, but even if you know about it, I'm going to reiterate it. The journals should be indexed either in Scopus or what could be WS क्या हो सकता है if anyone knows. Web of Science and must have high impact factor. You know what is Scopus? Scopus is world's largest database of websites and citations. All accreditation bodies about the ranking of the university. We are highly ranked. Our rank at NIRF is 22, wherein the one of the important criteria is the number of publication in Scopus, and who contribute for that? All of you and your seniors. So you are going to be playing a very significant instrumental role in the growth of your your Amity University. The scholars are required to publish such articles in journals related to their area of research and domain only. Naturally, if you are working in the area of, say, law, you cannot publish a paper in the area of bioscience and biotechnology. Nonetheless, if interdisciplinary science, interdisciplinary topic is given to you, that is wonderful. You can do that also. Research articles published in the journal which have been delisted from the Scopus will not be considered. However, if research article is visible on Scopus database, same will be considered. इसके बारे में आप सबको जब RPE रिसर्च पब्लिकेशन एथिक्स का कोर्स पढ़ाया जाएगा तो सभी सीनियर टीचर्स फैकल्टी मेंबर साइंटिस्ट आपको इसके बारे में डिटेल में बताएंगे बट commit to memory the word Scopus and Web of Science. The scholar should be first author, as I already told you. Guide could be second, co-guide could be third, but that depends. Like I am from the field of bioscience and biotechnology. Dr. Das will agree with me. Usually, a guide is a last author and the corresponding author in most of the cases. Research articles must be published with affiliation as Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, irrespective of the service category of the part-time scholars. If the scholar wish to know publication, the affiliation of organization, the scholar will be required to show dual affiliation, that is Amity University organization where he or she is working. Says in the case of part-time scholar, this particular statement is applicable. Research article published with affiliation other than Amity University will not be considered for the purpose of pre-PhD seminar because that is illogical. If you are working in Amity University and you don't give affiliation Amity University, doesn't make any sense. I guess you know about it. The publication criteria for the PP, this again इस slide को बहुत ध्यान से देखें आप. I mentioned to you about three categories. So these are the three categories. High research output potential, category 1. Category 2 is medium research output potential, and the category 3 is low research output potential. Now, what are these? These are the category 1 high research output potential domains. So, when I have been naming the domains, I just want you to raise your hands. Anyone from agriculture science domain here? from Faculty of Bioscience and Biotechnology. जिनमें I can see lots of hand raised. Engineering and Technology domain, Computer Science or others, yeah. अब धीरे धीरे हाथ उठा रहे हैं, कोई बात नहीं भाई साहब, पूरा हाथ ऊपर उठाएं, डरे मत. Faculty of Health and Allied Sciences, yes, I can see hands here. Natural Resources and Environmental Sciences domain, good. And Science and Technology domain, very nice. So for all of you, you can very well see here, it is written 2 publications in Scopus or Web of Science and 2 conference proceedings or presentation or look, हम आपकी कितनी हेल्प कर रहे हैं, देखिए नीचे. Or Scopus is published in Q1, Q2 or Q3 category Journal of Scopus Web of Science and 2 conference proceedings in Scopus or 1 publication UGC care list 1, list group 1 or group 2. But now here is a point. UGC care list has been abolished. Okay, I don't know whether it is known to you or not. So for that, I'll be showing you another slides. इसकी 2 दिन के बाद. So what is the criteria for that? These are the category 2 medium research output potential domains. So Faculty of Arts Humanities, if anyone is here, just raise your hand. Okay, good. Faculty of Management Studies, anyone? Very nice. So many. Good. Faculty of Education. Yes, I can see a few hands. Of Hospitality and Tourism. Very good. Faculty of Law. Faculty of Architecture, Planning and Design. Very good. Social Sciences, Public Policy, International and Defense and Strategic Studies domain. If anyone here, yeah, I can see a few hands. So for you, the publication criteria is right in front of you. 2 publications in UGC care or 1 publication in Scopus. Because हमने ऊपर उसको categorize किया है medium research output potential. Coming to now the category 3. लो रिसर्च आउटपुट पोटेंशियल. इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप लो रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, मतलब ये है कि द डोमेन, द नेचर ऑफ द डोमेन और द सब्जेक्ट इज सच where perhaps the publication is going to be a big challenge. Again, this is an effort to help all our research scholars. So anyone from Faculty of Rehabilitation Science? Very good. From Faculty of Applied Arts, Fine Arts, from MIT School of Foreign Languages or Sanskrit Studies, anyone here? Or MIT Finishing School, or School of Film and Drama, MIT Indian Military College for Women. Okay, fine. The publication criteria for the pre-PhD seminar for the non-sciences domain. Non-sciences का मतलब था ये जो category 2 and 3 थी. If scholars are publishing the research article in the peer-reviewed journal, they need to follow the suggested parameters for choosing such journals as shown below. This is in lieu of, Sonia, I'm right. This is in lieu of the UGC care list, which is now abolished. So this will be the suggested parameters. This right in front of you. You can go through it. I will. There's no point of me, reading each and every word here at this point of time for you. But this will be the suggested parameters. You can go through it because slide will be shared with you. Okay, so I'll this. Coming to now the long abstract. After successful conduct of pre-PhD seminar and on recommendation of the DRC or submission of long abstract, the scholar shall submit long abstract to DRC through their respective guides. After scrutiny, the long abstract of the PhD scholar is required to be submitted online by the chairperson of DRC, who is HOI of the institute, on Amazon, that is MIT Internet Zone, which is subsequently approved by the competent authority, provided all university conditions are met. Long abstract will be submitted by the scholar normally within 2 months after presentation and seminar. So we really wish that each one of you should reach this stage. If a scholar fails to submit thesis within 4 months of the approval of the long abstract, scholar shall be required to submit a fresh abstract. So I would say try to follow always the guidelines, stay within the framework of the guidelines for your own peace of mind and efficiency. However, in case a scholar fails to submit his thesis within the stipulated time and has proper justification for the delay, again, we are helping our scholars. Head of the department on the recommendations made by the DRC and on individual merits of each case can grant an extension of not more than 2 months. So these rules will again be told to you by your respective institute. I have been saying you repeatedly. Responsibilities regarding synopsis preparation, submission of long abstract or thesis will also be authenticated by the external co-guide for submission to DRC by the main guide, because we always want we would advise you to have an external co-guide also, because it definitely helps in enriching the thesis and the study and the research study. After approval of long abstract by the university, DRC will upload the details of the 5 examiners. अब हम वहां पे पहुंच गए हैं कि आप बहुत क्लोज हैं आप thesis submission के, आपने सही सबमिट कर दिया. So 5 examiners will be given by your respective guides and on Amazon, and then the thesis will be sent to these examiners. So these are the few prerequisites for the thesis submission. The thesis shall be written in English or any other language approved by the DRC. No part of the thesis shall have been submitted for the award of any other degree or diploma, because track check is something very, very important, which will be applicable to you at each and every stage, whether it's a research paper, when you submit a research paper, or you go and attend some conference. Track check plays very important role, and we at Amity University are very careful about it. No part of the thesis shall be submitted for the award of any other degree. I already read it. The thesis shall involve in-depth study and critical review of the area of the topic and creation of the new knowledge in the area. It should bear evidence of the scholar's capacity for analysis and judgment. ये आप सब जानते ही हैं. I'm stating few facts again. It should be categorized by discovery of facts or fresh approach towards interpretation of the facts, because the PhD topic ही वही होता है जो पहले कभी ना किया हो किसी ने. There has to be novelty in the work. This novelties and the innovation is the most important thing. The PhD thesis jointly supervised needs to be duly signed by the international PhD. In the morning, our group vice chancellor, Professor Gurinder Singh ji, also told you that you can also have an international PhD co-guide. So that depends upon the nature of your work, and also what is the advice given by your guide and the DRC. So we strongly feel that you should have international PhD co-guide wherever it is applicable and possible. International co-guide can also become the co-author in the papers being submitted for the publication. Naturally, if he or she is helping you, he has to be one of the co-authors. Monitoring of the performance of international co will be done by the DRC. 5 copies of thesis bound in maroon colored. This is the color which Amity University has, that you will be told. Must be submitted followed by the submission. The formal thesis shall be in the format prescribed in the guidelines for the research degree programs. I'm very close to now. I'm about to finish. कोई कुछ नहीं है, इसलिए मैंने कहा था last slide alert रहे हैं आप इसके बाद. So this is the cascade form. You can have a look at it. I've already told you. Submission and evaluation of thesis and award of PhD degree. Now we are very close to the finishing. As you can see, यहाँ भी अब PhD का पूरा cycle खत्म होने वाला है. Completion of all prerequisites for thesis submission. The DRC will forward the long abstract with recommendation to University Research Council (URC). URC के boss वो बैठे हैं for the appointment of the thesis examination. If a candidate fails to submit thesis within 4 months of the approval long abstract, I already told you, he or she shall be required to submit a fresh abstract. In case a candidate fails to submit thesis within the similar time, has proper justification for the delay, extension of not more than 2 months may be granted. So that depends upon case to case basis. Sometimes there is some unforeseen circumstances, God forbid. So we are there to take care. We're there to help you. PhD thesis shall be evaluated by 3 examiners, 2 of whom shall be external and third shall be guide or guides. Each examiners send a detailed evaluation report. I guess these are the things. This is perhaps going to be the end. Maybe 2-3 more slides. Viva voce examination before ODC. Of course, oral defense committee viva voce exam to सबका ही होता है. PhD submission is not the end of the game, because after that the viva has to take place. Open viva. Award of the PhD degree in the convocation. Here comes now the brighter part. In convocation, when you wear a robe and a cap and everyone says Excellent. Award of PhD degree during the convocation of due approval of the URC and Academic Council. Not very interesting topic, but allow me to go through this also. Cancellation of PhD registration. You should be aware of it. If academic progress is found unsatisfactory in 3 consecutive, तो मैंने बता ही दिया था आपको. If scholar absents herself, himself or herself for a continuous period of 6 weeks without sanction of leave. So my humble suggestion, based on our experience for the many years, please try not to enter into this kind of zone, unless I again say, God forbid, there is some unforeseen circumstance. Then we are there to help you within the framework of the PhD rules. If candidate scholar withdraws from the PhD program and the request is duly forwarded by HOD. If a scholar fails to get qualifying grade B plus in the course, जो मैंने आपको शुरू की slide में बताया था. So everyone, I wish all of you, आप सबके B plus से भी better grade आए. If a scholar fails to get this, again maximum 2 attempts, this is cancellation कब हो सकती है. Or if a scholar fails to submit thesis within the maximum registration period. I guess I need not cover the functions of RAC, DRC and many slide finality, but I'm not, I guess at this point of time, it is not very relevant for all the scholars sitting here. I'm quickly going through it and seeing if there is any slide which is important to you, which you should. This is important slide. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate your attention and your patience throughout the day and wish you all the best. Now you will be told आपने कल कितने बजे आना और कहाँ आएंगे. Thank you so much. अगर आपको कोई भी doubt हो regarding any of the regulation जो आज आपको किसी भी चीज को लेकर, tomorrow again you can ask, feel free to ask us any question. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, sir, for familiarizing the regulations at the very beginning of their research journey. With this, we come to the end of today's orientation program, but I want to show you the room numbers for different domains which are scheduled for tomorrow. You may please note down the numbers where you have to report tomorrow for guide interaction at 10 a.m.
This is one of the most important activities.
Yes, this is important.
Please don't miss it.
Tea is arranged for you all on the back side of the seminar hall. You please enjoy your tea before leaving. So thank you all for joining. I appreciate your presence and participation and patience also. Thank you. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you all. Thank you all the scholars. If there is any family member here, please raise your hand. Family member means spouse, parent, guardian or even son or daughter.
With scholar.
स्कॉलर के साथ में कोई पेरेंट, गार्जियन, स्पाउस या उनका बेटा बेटी आए हो तो आए कोई. सुबह थे इसलिए पूछा अभी कोई है यहाँ स्टिल स्टेइंग हियर.
Maybe they have left.
No, maybe they have left. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.